are good. Hi, how's everybody doing today? I hope everyone's doing well. As you can see, we got a little guy here next to me. I'm so excited for this. I'm so excited. I'm also very nervous because I'm gonna be with you guys. I'm not someone who really knows how to draw. So I'm gonna be our victim up on the front while you guys are here with us. Um but hi, how's everybody doing today? Um I am currently joined by, as many of you guys know, Mr. Jericho, our beloved. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good. I'm good. Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to do this.
Me too, man. I know that we've been talking about this for a very, very long time. Um and trying to get this set up. They can't hear you.
Really?
He, they can't. So go ahead and scream at the top of your lungs.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, he said no.
How
He just said no.
we've just spent like 40 minutes trying to set up, and it's like they can't hear me.
No, they can't.
Why?
I actually silenced you.
God damn it.
Yeah, I was like, you know what? They're here for me, obviously.
That's what I get for showing up
But
on the stream.
yeah, snaps my finger, fooey.
Mm-hmm.
But they can hear you now. He only said
Yippee.
hello, so do you want to say hello again?
Yeah. Hi. I'm here. I'll be teaching you how to draw. Hopefully.
Yeah. So I'm super duper excited for this because I'm gonna be with you guys. I don't know how to draw. I'm a musician. Okay, this is not my forte. I make beeps and boops. He makes the album covers for my beeps and boops.
Damn.
um, so I'm so excited. I'm gonna be we're so okay. Do you want to sort of yourself break down the idea of what we're doing? Because I've talked about it on stream already, but from you, give us your syllabus.
Um. Okay. So you want me to sum up the whole like thing that we're gonna talk about, right?
Yes, yes,
Mm-hmm.
yes, yes.
Yeah, so this stream is like for people who wanna draw or wanna draw better. Like no experience is required. Um, I'm gonna be just talking about like just essentially like just how to even like move your arm. I'm gonna go into these like basics and stuff like that. How to put your stylus or pencil like down and how to how to do these like very basic actions, and then we're gonna like kind of go up from there. We're gonna talk about how to copy stuff. Like if I can like describe it like that, it's called observational drawing. So we're gonna be learning how to draw what we see, so what's in front of us, and then as this like big finale, I'm gonna be talking about how to draw in 3D. So how to draw things that you don't see in front of you, and how to just start drawing from imagination, and how to be able to just kind of draw anything that you want, essentially, like you like just the rules that we use as 2D artists to just break things down into simple stuff and just build it slowly back up. So hopefully just work on our fundamentals, and I hope like everyone's art skills improve because of that.
Yeah. So I painted for like a very short period of time when I was in high school. I don't remember like anything other than like how to shade a ball. So this is gonna be very, very helpful for me. And this is gonna be very, very helpful for a lot of people because I know a lot of people that are familiar with your work are really, really inspired by it and want to do cool stuff, but don't really know what to like how to get started because it's very difficult to try and figure it out, I guess is the best way to put it. It's a bit, what's the word I'm looking for, foreboding.
Mm.
um so hopefully me and everyone here in the chat will be able to start drawing cool shit. That being said, he's made it very clear to me in private, we're not going to be learning how to make like robot yaoi yet. we'll put a comma in that, yet. That'll come later. We're going to learn how to build up the fundamentals so that later, say if we continue to do these, and if this does well, we could maybe continue learning on and sort of building up towards the asterisk yet. Uh,
Yeah, if I may interrupt, like, if you want to draw like anything, like I'm gonna be teaching you that. It's just like whatever you decide to draw, that's like completely up to you. That's why kind of I've structured what I'm gonna be talking about in this way where I feel like everyone can benefit from it and like just apply it to like how they draw because we all draw for like different reasons. You know, like we all have like different purposes because 2D art is just like
yeah,
so widespread. You can draw like illustrations for book covers or you can do animation and those are like they rely on the same fundamentals but they're like opposite sides of the spectrum and it's just like you can go like wherever you want with 2D art. So but you know a lot of these fundamentals are shared and that's kind of what I'm here for and how you use these fundamentals is like up to you and hopefully like by the end you will have like an idea of how you can just draw anything with these fundamentals that I'm about to explain.
yeah. Okay. So is there any? Does anyone have any questions about serious questions? Because I know some of you guys are ill. Serious questions about what we're gonna be going over today. But we're gonna get started pretty quick. So go get your breakfast real fucking fast. But we're gonna be very quickly jumping into things. We're gonna be going from topic to topic. It's going to be very dense is the best way to put it. So if you don't want to draw along with us and you want to just take notes, that's going to be fine because we're not Jericho. We don't draw as fast as him if we're learning. We might have some people who are already more experienced and we'll be able to implement those ideas a bit faster. But for me, I'm not an artist. I make beeps and boops. So this is gonna be very. I'm gonna be like, oh. So if anyone has any questions, don't be afraid to ask them in chat. I will parrot them to Jericho, and he can go more in depth. Can
Yeah.
I go to the bathroom? No.
Okay. But yeah, if anyone has any questions, like I'm down to answer. So it's like if anyone needs a break, that's completely fine, honestly. We'll like I'll start talking about stuff and we'll see kind of where if there's any like complications or if somebody doesn't understand something even though I think this like everyone should be able to understand it because like TLDR like everyone can draw. It's like in our kind of subconsciousness. We just have to pull it out of there and just kind of like understand how because naturally like if we make a bad drawing we like anyone can see that it's like a bad drawing. That's what I mean. So like everyone has like that understanding of like wait this isn't right. And so what we're going to be doing is just kind of like using well let's say theory but yeah
Art
using
is subjective, but theory is a thing that sort of explains why we like what we enjoy for a specific thing.
well
Like
yeah
when it comes to like our cultures and stuff.
I mean you can just draw whatever. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's that's that's
yeah,
another
go crazy.
that's another big thing. Yeah, it's you don't have to abide by the rules as long as like if you don't have 2D art as your like job, if like your livelihood doesn't depend on it and you're just doing things for fun, there's like nothing stopping you from just like plopping down paint on a canvas and just seeing like what happens as long as like you feel good about it.
Yeah. Also, because I saw people asking in the chat, yes, the VOD will be saved both on my end and on Jericho's end. So if you are tired of seeing my fucking jello ass all over the screen, the VOD will be saved on multiple ends. So I'm small now. That wasn't supposed to happen. It's gonna be saved on multiple fronts.
Yep.
So there's absolutely no worries. Um, if you can't stick around because I know people are busy, don't worry about it. I'm gonna be posting on my YouTube. Jericho's most likely going to also be posting it on his YouTube. And if we continue to do more of these, we'll figure it out from there.
Mm-hmm.
um, but yeah, I'm just with the rest of you guys. There's gonna be like a very lecture heavy sort of thing. So there's not gonna be really chances where he's like, okay, go apply this now, and we take like 15 minutes. There will be intermissions because this is a very very dense topic that we're breaking into, because you're getting essentially an entire semester's worth of content in one stream, and like the ideas that are put into it.
Yeah.
So there's gonna be a lot. So we want to make sure that we can all handle it. So I'm gonna give us a couple more minutes for people to go get some food and water and start prepping some stuff. And if they gotta go do stuff, I understand. Um, Approximately how long will the stream be? According to Jericho, what was it, about two and a half?
Okay, so I haven't rehearsed this at all, but yeah, it's just like approximately 2 hours, but then again, like maybe less, maybe more, depending on how many tangents I go, how many questions I have to answer, and then like how much spare time we have afterwards. I can just like hang out for like however long.
And that's most likely where we'll have like a more in-depth sort of Q&A stuff. I can't pick up I'm not be able to sort of like be able to throw every question that's in chat over, but I will, if there's ever a question where I'm like, this is something that we should really talk about, I will throw it over to Jericho.
Yeah.
So make sure you guys do ask questions, but I won't be able to throw everything because I don't want to interrupt, because that'll make everything take a lot longer. Because I'm sure we all have a lot of questions because we're getting into this. To answer your question, Lagafi, let me know if I'm mispronouncing it. Also, thank you for the first time chats and follows, everyone. It's very sweet of you. We will be re-uploading this, and I'm we're both gonna have individual versions of it. I'm most likely gonna send you guys over to Jericho's because it's probably gonna be a lot easier for you guys to comprehend when it's like directly from the teacher.
My
But
stream
yeah.
setup is like super simple. I just have the Photoshop window streaming. That's it. Yeah, so
Yeah, I've got all these bells and whistles. I got like 4 fucking models. I got different screens. I got transitions. So if you don't want any of that visual pollution, that's Jericho's gonna be.
yeah, no
Doing this.
Subway Surfers in the corner on my stream.
Yeah, there's no Subway Surfers. I'm sorry to say. I will be putting that on mine. I'm just gonna be holding my phone up to the screen.
Yeah, we're covering like everyone here with these setups.
So, and also to answer any questions about what people are using, I know some people are using pen and pencil. That's fine. Fundamentals still transfer over. I'm going to be using Krita. It's a free software. It's open source. If anyone's interested in using that, I recommend using it. I believe, Jericho, you're using Photoshop. If you don't have access to Photoshop, I also use CSP. CSP is wonderful software. It's a one-time payment.
Yes.
It goes on sale like all the fucking time.
Yes. Like
I highly recommend that.
Quick side note about this, if anyone cares about my opinion, I use Photoshop because it has like a ton of tools available. Like I do use like all of these like crazy like, I don't know, histogram and like levels and curves and gradient maps and stuff like that. And I think, you know, CSP probably has that as well, but and I do have like
CSP doesn't have like a built-in gradient. Or no, that's Procreate. Procreate doesn't have a built-in gradient.
I think it does. I think Procreate has gradient maps, because I think every software has it at this point. But like,
well,
yeah.
Or no, they're the gradients get crunchy because of the way that it does color, so it gets really
Okay, we're talking about like like different things, but yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I got confused. Apologies.
Yeah. So like gradients are one thing, but then gradient map is like is just like a feature that is like that exists in these programs. But Clip Studio is like fantastic. Honestly, I feel way better like drawing. The physical sensation of drawing in Clip Studio is just it feels like way better. Paint Tool Sai as well, but I'm so kind of like I'm so deep rooted into Photoshop. I have all of these handy shortcuts, and I'm just like used to how it behaves. So, you know, once again, like up to your preference, and all of these basics will apply to just like any program. It doesn't matter.
Okay, okay. So yeah, that all being said, whatever you're using, it's gonna be fine. You're gonna do great. Every software has different bonuses. Just don't use GIMP because GIMP sucks. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start getting GIMP sucks so bad. If GIMP has a million haters, I am all of them.
I think I did use GIMP like 15 years ago, maybe, or something like that. Back when
It's
I
photo
didn't.
editing software.
Yeah. Back when I didn't have a drawing tablet, I would just use a mouse. But yeah, I assume things have not changed since then with that program.
They just saw you send me that fuck ass cat.
Oh no.
Leak.
Yeah. Group chat leaked.
Group chat leaked. Now you guys know Jericho sends those cats to fucking everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it doing that? It's weird. I do this. Oh, sorry, hold on. Doing this. There we go. Okay, that works. That works. Good enough. We're just gonna. Why is it doing that? Oh, are you alt-tabbing?
Me?
Yes.
Maybe. Is something?
Okay.
Is
when it alt-tabs, it like flashes something on the screen. I was like, is that on my end? No, it was. Yeah. It's just showing a flash of that fucking cat.
Oh, I'm not touching anything on my computer for the entire stream. Hands off. Hands off.
Hands off.
Yeah.
Dude, Jericho fucking loves cat reaction images.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna be adjusting myself. I'm going to be sort of like a mediator, like a how do I put, like an assistant for the class today. While Jericho does like all of the actual teaching. So I'm gonna make sure that we are put in a proper way where you guys can see him and see the stuff on the screen. Yeah, I'm the TA for today's stream. It wants to work. Why are you doing this? Unfortunately, Discord is doo-doo ass.
Mm-hmm.
If I do this, boop, boop, boop. Hold on. It wouldn't be a stream without a little bit of technical difficulties. If I do, there we go. If I do this, they can see your screen and everything you want to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Perfect.
Shall we begin?
Yeah. Does anyone have any questions? Does anyone need any help solving any riddles 3s before we just jump right into it? Again, this is going to be very, very dense. It's going to be a lecture with like a short intermission before we move into more stuff.
I'll go grab some water real quick before I start yapping.
Okay. That's fine. I got my drinks in advance. So we're okay. Yeah, it's gonna be very, very lecture heavy. So I again, I want to preface that we're not gonna be breaking into things like character design and concepts like shape language or anything like that. We're gonna be really, really getting the basics, right? We're gonna work on this. We're gonna crack it out. We're gonna see how it goes. I'm gonna be keeping up with chat and transferring any messages, but just know I'm not ignoring you guys. It's just that right now I need to allow Jericho the room to like speak. Normally I'd be reading everything out loud. Yeah, it's gonna be very much lecture. Not to say that it's gonna be like, I think you guys should. Yeah, I actually hate you guys. That is true. That's the entire reason. If you're in this chat room, I hate you. Die. It's what was the free software? Krita. 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 You fucking killed him, Liza. Oh my god, mods have gone mad. They killed him. Holy Jesus. But wonder what that was. I will say I'm a member of like the community, so I do recognize a lot of your guys' names. So just saying, be normal. I know you guys won't, but be normal. Squints my eyes at you. I don't interact, but I'm lurking and stalking, and I know people. Squints at my monitor. Also, I just want to say, Vamp, thank you earlier for the tier 3, and thank you again to everyone that followed and gifted bits. I don't wanna like go to streamer mode because I want this to just be like very informational. But thank you.
Okay,
No one knows me. I'm totally
back.
anonymous. Mods, kill that guy. Welcome back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go ahead and add some push-ups to my push-up counter because someone used a tier 3 earlier. All right. Is there anything else we should address, or are we set? Is it time?
Yeah, I think it is.
It's time.
Mm-hmm.
It's time. All right. So, where are we starting off, sir?
Okay. Well, first of all, let's figure out what our goal is as artists. So, it is my opinion, and many others, I guess, is our goal as artists is to simplify reality. And you will be hearing this like notion repeated quite a lot as I'll be explaining some of the basics later on. But just keep it in the back of your mind as like, we're not photographers, we're not like photocopying stuff, right? There are some people who really dig like what is this, like hyperrealism, or like they paint a portrait of Morgan Freeman and it's like 1-to-1, like you cannot, like you can mistake it for a photograph because of like how many like details there are, but that's an exception. And I think like we as artists,
even with that, they are still simplifying reality, because there's stuff you even if you're as a hyper realistic painter that you can't fully sort of like implement.
I mean,
it's just that they're trying to get as close as they can.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, let's put it a different way, I guess. Our job is to like improve maybe reality, or to at least like omit unnecessary details, right, and reduce them, and like show what the picture is about, like the focal point, like just focus on that, right? So and this like simplification is like it's just the key element to 2D art. I guess it's like the key element to any art really, but we can debate that, but I'm not here to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's semantics. Yeah. This is art class, not a fucking
Yeah.
philosophy.
So just keep in mind that this like simplify reality thing is like number one priority that we will be doing. Like that is our job pretty much. And then next up, like more, I guess, more literal, is to provide a visual solution. Now, what does that mean? So we usually transform text into pictures, right? So we have an idea. So let's say we want to showcase a character and we want them to look intimidating, and we use like our artistic like tools such as camera angles, or like lighting, composition, all of that. So we're using that to direct our illustration and to give information in like a visual, like 2D way. So where it's like we're describing things with a picture rather than text. And our job usually is like, hey, can you draw like a character doing this? And this is basically like what we do. We transform text into pictures. So a lot of the time, when you kind of have trouble drawing something, like keep in mind that the idea is in text, right? And maybe sometimes you need to flesh out that thing in text before you start drawing something. Like maybe maybe you need to work on the like kind of what is it that you're drawing before actually starting to draw that thing. Okay, so for example, concept art, that's just pretty much like solving a lot of problems with a visual, right? We need like a robot that does this and that, and so you're just trying to design things that apply to these rules, right? So we're helping people out. We're like just, you know, a picture's worth 1,000 words is what they say. So this is kind of what we're doing. And you know, of course, your goal can be something else. Maybe you just wanna, I don't know, draw portraits of pretty people, and that's like your thing, and that's like that's your goal. And it doesn't need to be like grand or anything. It's like you do what you want. That's like up to you at the end of the day. Especially if this is your hobby, like just do your thing.
Hmm.
Okay. So, and like now I urge you to kind of think about like what is it that you want to do with art. And just kind of like pause for a little bit, like not right now necessarily, but just kind of ponder what is it that you're trying to achieve with your art, just to have like some sort of goal or to know kind of where you want to be, because that's like a it's just a good point of reference to, you know, strive towards something, right?
Hmm. So just like, so when you say like a personal goal, does that mean like an overarching goal? Like I want to get into concept art. I want to do comics. Do I want to blah 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 blah?
Yeah.
Or can it be more specific, like Robot Yelly or a big brawlic Russian man named Dragonov throwing my friend into a headlock? Like
Mm-hmm.
how specific does it have to be, or do you think it should be more overarching?
As long as you have a goal, it like it's like whatever you like. You just need direction essentially. I'm just saying this for I think most people kind of understand that subconsciously, but I just want people to kind of get it from like under the sea, so that, you know, they're like, oh shit, like I'm actually trying to go for this sort of style with my art, or I'm trying to actually like you can like diversify yourself in like so many ways with 2D art. You can like be painting textures, or you can be painting concept art, illustrations, animation. These are like very different things, and they require different skill sets. So it's just very nice for you to like limit yourself and say, okay, you know what, like I'm going to be focusing on concept art for and doing characters, right? I'm just going to
Hmm.
put most of my time into drawing characters. I'm not going
All
to
my
be
skill
as
points
focused.
into that.
Yeah, I'm not going to be as focused maybe on environments. I just want to like I want to get better at drawing characters pretty much. But yeah, so this is like very basic, like food
I
for
got you.
thought, I guess. But yeah.
I never really broke down goals into a way that's like sort of like listed like that. So it's nice to understand our goals in a way that's more so than just I want to make cool project.
Yeah.
Okay, focus more on that. What do you need in order to do that? So I got you. I got you. And chat, I know that we haven't gotten to the drawing yet, but the best way to memorize stuff is to take notes. I highly recommend you guys write this down in your own ways. Don't even just copy it down verbatim. Just be like, okay, what is our goal as artists, and write as he's talking. Take the notes you want to take,
Hmm.
and for the something else, make sure you put a personal goal.
Yeah. So for example, like if you want to you can divide bigger goals into smaller ones. So for example, you can say that, okay, my goal is to like create a like whole universe, like a comic book in like this universe, right? And so like first you need to like write what the universe is about, so you gotta like brush up on your like writing skills. Then you gotta like get into like character design or like world building, stuff like that. And then, you know, in character design, like you can make all of these like sorts of like maps going from one point to the other, like because from character design you're like, okay, they're gonna be like, my characters are obviously gonna be wearing like clothes, so I need to brush up on like clothing design, or like futuristic, or maybe like post-apocalyptic, like depending on what is it that you need to do. And you know, like research movies, research media, that's sort of the same vibe. And yeah, you'll like you can essentially what I mean is like you can divide these big goals into smaller ones. So it doesn't matter, like, and if you don't have like a big goal, that also doesn't really matter. Like you could just, as long as you kind of have like some sort of direction. Like I don't really have a goal. I just have like, okay, I like drawing in this style, and I'll try to do more of that. That's kind of it. So that's kind of how I go about it. So if there's no questions about this small portion, we can move to the theoretic tools that we're going to be using to achieve our goals.
Yeah, I think everyone got the idea, because I saw a bunch of people talking about like their goals in chat, which shows me that we're all super duper diverse, but because we all have such different goals, these fundamentals are very, very important.
Yeah.
For us to get down, because these apply to all of them. So I'm super duper excited.
Yep.
Okay, I know that like 5 of you motherfuckers were talking about Robot Yali. Okay, I wasn't gonna mention it. I was giving you guys too much credit. All right, be good in front of the teacher.
That's a valid goal. You can do whatever you want.
We can rally behind a common goal.
Yeah, as long as you're having a good time, like that's the most important part.
That's what matters.
Yeah.
Taps forehead.
Okay, so and now like I've called this theoretic tools, but this is basically like stuff that we're gonna use to achieve these goals. So basically like how we make pictures. And does that make sense? So, you know, and I'll be showing this with an example, and you know, these things are kind of they're kind of intertwined. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna be using like form and perspective at one step, and then I'm gonna like just forget about that existing, and I'm just gonna be using like lighting. They're kind of all intertwined, so it's not like we will be using each at one single time, so that makes it explaining it a bit difficult and sometimes out of order. But here's how the basic kind of process for any like illustration, let's say, goes. So first of all, we start with an idea, right? That is to say like, okay, I want to draw this character, and you know, it's best if you write it in text, or maybe you have like, maybe you already have like an idea of what it should look like in your mind. But you know, if you don't, you can just start writing it in text. Like, I want to draw this character from this game. They're gonna be doing this. They're gonna, I don't know, like be wearing this. Maybe they're gonna be like drinking coffee. Maybe they're like, I don't know, somewhere outside, like walking in the park or whatever. So you have this idea, and then we're gonna use like composition to figure out how to kind of how to arrange objects. So composition is like a thing I will not be covering here, but just know that before you're setting out to do something, it's best to make these like small effort sketches. So these are called thumbnails. They're like, as you can see, like even from afar away, they're kind of readable, and these are pretty personal like thumbnails. So like maybe I see something that you might not, so it's like up to you how you want to do them, as long as like you're basically just trying out different compositional ideas, and you can afterwards pick what is it that you prefer about a picture. So these are essentially like just kind of like super small drawings, so you can see like what the end result is going to look like. But it will take you like 5 minutes to do these like chicken scratch sketches, and you're like, oh, okay, like actually maybe this idea wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be. Let me try something else. And so what composition is kind of like, I don't know, composition and design, they're kind of similar, but not really. It depends on who you ask. But composition is essentially how objects are arranged on your illustration, right? Or like in a photograph, it's like how you arrange things. So for example, like if you take a screenshot of any like movie still, you will see that each shot in a movie is actually like carefully directed to show you specific information at a given moment. And so that's what composition is all about. Real quick, there's a fantastic book called Framed Ink that goes into composition, like super well. It just gives you like the most creative ways of how you can frame objects and tell a story like visually. I think it's a fantastic resource. It's like a phenomenal book for anyone who just wants to kind of brush up on composition, or just like be amazed at how you can convey information in like on a 2D picture, just by how you arrange these shapes. So
And that was called Framed Ink, you said?
yes, yeah, that's the name of the book.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Framed Ink. I'll see if I can pull up a link for it off like Amazon or something. But
Yeah,
I don't know.
fantastic
Maybe
book.
you guys will find more easier ways to get it without having to wait.
It's just a fantastic book. Every time I come back to it, it's like, man,
Oh, thank you.
like
That's
it's
Shout out to my goat.
super like, I don't know. I'm just in awe at how smart people are with how they approach composition. Okay, so now that we have decided on like what our pictures should generally look like, and I would say like this is the number one like most important step, which is why it's the first one, and which is why we try so many different thumbnails. Let's say we've like settled on something, or maybe you just have like a solid idea. Maybe you don't really need thumbnails. You're just like, okay, I'm gonna vibe, and I'm just gonna draw like a character and like see where it goes. So for example, like you can just draw a simple sketch like this, right? And it's like super rough, super basic. This is like the general idea that I want to showcase people, is that I want everyone to treat this like first draft as like something, just like a throwaway sketch almost, but you're kind of thinking through the most important parts. So it's like, it's just a rough first draft basically, and then this is why it's in blue, right? So it's like you can just kind of associate that with like building mass, or just like drawing, like very very kind of free flow drawing, right? With no
Yeah, I can already tell the idea of the sketch. I can recognize the character, I can recognize the action, I can recognize the pose, and you didn't have to do a whole lot to reach this point. And as someone who is like, let's say you're working for me and I'm like, I need you to draw Chun-Li sipping tea. I see this, I'm like, gotcha.
Yeah, and you can draw like a bunch of different poses and whatnot. So this is like, once again, a very personal thing, like depending on how much stuff you need to resolve before moving on to like line art. You just like break stuff down, you just kind of arrange it, and then so like we're not like jumping into the finished drawing like straight away. That's my point. So we're just kind of like figuring stuff out at like how we're comfortable with it, and then we can reduce the opacity of this layer, and we can make a new layer, right? And we can draw the detailed line art on top. And basically like this is essentially like just cleaning up like all of the rough parts of the previous drawing. And this is my preference, and a preference for a lot of other people, is to use like blue hue or anything that's not like grayscale, because if I turn this drawing into gray, it's going to be very difficult to like see the picture, okay. see how your finished line art looks without it. It's like, it's going to be like optical illusions, because your brain will just kind of stop understanding. So where does line art begin and where does like sketch end, essentially? So that's kind of why we're
that's Jericho. It's a feature in Photoshop where you can make everything you can full screen the canvas. That's Jericho, that's not me.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, so this is kind of why it's blue. So it just reads better as like a, we turn the opacity like way down, and we just work on lines while still seeing this. So we're still using this as like our like building building block or like foundation. And pretty much like even at this part, like I would say this drawing is like pretty much complete. Like this whole illustration, it's been solved, right? We understand like what is it we're doing, and then next up we're just like executing on the details. We're adding flat colors, so this is also going to be like these colors are also going to be on their own layer, but I'm not going to be talking too deeply about the like mechanics and stuff like that with like layers, because we're not going to be painting right now. So flat colors,
That's something that comes later.
yeah, flat colors, that's like self-explanatory pretty much. And then we just start to add lighting, and this is kind of like, I don't know, I treat light and shadow as like one thing pretty much. So I don't know, you can just like separated these into like multiple steps, but I mean, like, I don't know, up to you. Like lighting is not a thing we'll be covering right now. And so then you just kind of, as you can see, like this is kind of the key light shining in front, and there are like some shadows dropping, and then we just add like rim lights on the sides to make the character pop, right? So you can see in the middle, this doesn't really change, apart from the face getting brighter, because that's the focal point. And then we just add rim lights on the side for extra depth, right? And then we just add like extra special effects, and that's pretty much it. So in this, we've used pretty much everything. So we started with composition for how to arrange the shot, right? We're using form and perspective for our sketch. Like, so we're using perspective to set up like guides for us and to draw the form of the character. And then essentially we end up with this line art, right? And then we just use like, well, color theory. I don't know how much of it is applied here. I don't know how much of it I would like to talk about here. I guess like not at all, but so, colors, values, lighting, it's just kind of like, it's just taken in at the same time during these steps, but you can just treat it as like, okay, flat colors under line art, and then lighting, and that's it. Like, this is just like, it's not that complicated, is my point. Pretty much
it's not that complicated, and it's the most complicated thing ever.
Well,
I see what you mean though, where they all compound in on each other, where it's like everything is affected by the other aspects of it, so you can work them all together at the same time.
Sort of, yeah, because the issue is there are different processes that we can use. So we can do things in grayscale, and this is what people suggest to beginner artists, but I find the concept of starting in grayscale and then like adding colors after the fact is like a very kind of it leads to not the it's like indirect painting. It's like not the most reliable result, I would say, because in order to go from here to here, you wouldn't be able to do that like easily. You will need to do like a lot of like additional layers with additional effects, and it's I find the whole process of it like to be like very like ass backwards to explain to like a beginner. It's not.
Yeah, I never understood how to change it from grayscale into color.
Yeah, it's
that never clicked in my mind. Like, I got the value, great. I was like, awesome, but okay, why can't I just take this and apply it with like the colors right off rip?
Yeah, it's so it either requires a lot of like manual painting. So for example, like I don't know, let's do multiply. And so you need to be applying all of these colors, and it's like you can see the colors that I'm picking. It looks like this right here at the top right.
Mm-hmm.
But the way that the multiply is like affecting it, even if I like set it to like overlay, it's like, yeah. And so you'll need to like manually be painting all of that. It's not like a lot of people like do that. But I don't know, I don't like that.
Just not a fan.
Yeah, it's not very intuitive to teach a person. You can use like gradient maps, but that's also like gradient maps like uses these different values, and you can like assign colors to these different values. But for example, like I wanna have this color be blue and I wanna have this color be orange, but with a gradient map they're gonna be essentially the same color. So it's like, I think I'm yapping too much about it, so let's just move on.
It's fine.
Um,
I think it's important to understand why like that there are these shortcuts that people take, but if you want to have if you want to have the most control over it and make sure everything looks perfect to what you want, you have to learn the concepts and be able to apply them without having to use those workarounds.
I think if you have the understanding, you will be able to kind of Frankenstein any painting into something decent looking, and this is like such a powerful feeling that you will get eventually, where it's like, okay, I can take the worst drawing ever, and I can actually manipulate it into something that is like passable looking. Like you will eventually, it will click in your brain, and you will be like, okay, there's something wrong with this painting. I know what it is. I'm gonna be fixing that.
Gotcha.
But yeah, so like as for this process, I just found this like to be the most easily like accessible for beginners, like to not like, values are more important than colors, and for people who do not understand what values are, it's essentially how dark or light something is, because as humans we're looking at things like this is our primary read in values. So this is grayscale, and like we see the tone first, right? And we see the color afterwards, because if this was the same tone, it would look like this. This is what this image looks like with the same value, right? So this is like gray, right? And it's unreadable, but it's got the colors, right? So we're reading, as humans, we're reading with values first. That's why they're so important, and they're obviously more important than colors. They come first, but essentially you'll just get to a point where, you know, you treat color as like these three values, and it's, you know, it's nothing like too complicated once you get the hang of things.
Gotcha.
Now, so yep.
I have a question.
Yep.
Someone in chat was wondering if what you think about doing the colors and then checking the values in grayscale. Would you recommend that? Or
Yeah,
is
yeah,
that something...
100%. That's what I do, because not only is it faster
Good job, Apollo.
to not only is it faster to do that, to just start with colors, and as I've explained, it's just a pain to get like from grayscale to color. You can do that, but I don't find it very intuitive. But yeah, so quick side note, so you can set up Photoshop to check for grayscale with one shortcut. So for me, it's Control Y. And so what Control Y does is, if I can see, I think it's in View. Yeah, Proof Setup. And in Proof Setup, you need to choose Custom, and then you need to choose like S Gray, I think. It's a dirty way to do it, because
Dirty way to do it?
Yeah, because the correct way to do it is actually filling your canvas with any like gray color with like no saturation, and then setting that to color, because you will see that there is a slight change in how the values look. I'm sorry about the Windows sound. I don't know what's causing it. Hold on. Okay, it's working now.
It happens. It happens to my other art friends all the time. Don't even sweat it.
So there is a very slight change that you will perceive
Oh,
here, but this has to do with how, color to grayscale, like conversion works. And this is just like using like this block and setting it to color is just a more accurate way to translate colors into values, because like you can see the difference. So this is like,
I can see a
yeah,
slight shift. Yeah.
this
But
is
to
just more
me, I don't
accurate.
understand.
Yeah.
When you flip back and forth, I'm like, I don't know what's the dirty one or not.
um
But
you should,
wait.
yeah, you shouldn't focus on it
I
too much. This is not what we're gonna be focused on.
because that's very very nitty gritty. So I feel like
Yeah.
outside of things like splashes, where it's like the focus is on rendering and making it as like detailed as possible, it's not something that's really gonna matter as long as you understand how value works.
Kinda, yeah. So that's why essentially I've pointed out this like control Y method. It's
This
like it's just a quick check to see how you're doing, or you could just like turn this layer on and off. So hopefully now with this you can kind of see the process, and you've like you kind of intuitively like have an understanding of how each illustration, like no matter what you're drawing, is gonna be. For example, like for concept art, maybe if it's not gonna be a finished illustration, maybe it's like gonna be an orthogonal drawing or orthographic one.
I was gonna say, what the fuck does that mean?
It means there is no perspective in the drawing. So let me show you real quick. So like a flat, like, okay, right, so this is technical, like there is no perspective in this. This is just a, like, let's say a side view of a character.
Oh, okay, I understand.
And then
I got you.
from the front you kind of translate it. So there's no depth to these, right? These are orthogonal, orthographic, however you want to say it, drawings. So that means there's no perspective. And so for example, if you're drawing a cube, so how should I word it? Okay, let's draw the bad one first, or like orthographic one.
The bad one.
Yeah, excuse my English.
No, don't worry about it.
Okay, so
I do have a question from someone in chat. They're asking, how long did the process, I assume, for the Chun-Li take you? Like, if you had to guess, to be able to get from start to finish.
I don't know, a couple of days. I'm not sure, but those weren't like
24/7.
Not 8 hour ones. So here's like a, man, I'm not even sure I drew it like bad.
Is that a fucking compass? I'm fucking.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, we'll get to that a bit later. So, okay, so let me make it even more orthogonal. So what this means is, like, these lines, they are completely parallel, right?
Okay, I got you. Okay.
Right. So
They don't focus into a horizon.
So yes.
Or
you
yes.
already kind of understand what perspective is.
Yeah.
So that's good.
I took art for like 3 years. I
yeah,
never
and then
retained anything, but
and so like what a proper cube would be is like, I don't know. Is this a proper cube? Yeah, I guess
depending
it is.
on where your perspective is.
Yeah, so this is like an exaggerated version, but like you can see that all of these are eventually gonna converge at a point. So they're not parallel. Okay, that's the difference. So sorry for that tangent.
No, it's important. It was a nice brain break to get fucking compass jump scared.
Yeah, compass is very good. I love it.
That's okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I know you said we're not gonna get into it, but like
we'll get into it later. I promise you. That's important.
okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's gonna be eating away at me.
Yeah.
Fucking compass.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
That's the hook to get you to keep on watching. Now, one more thing.
Dangles compass in your face to
Yeah,
make sure you're
yeah.
still alive.
So one last thing that I kind of left aside is the kind of finish of your illustration, or the art style, as like a lot of people say. Um, for example, like another tangent, but lines don't exist in real world, and this is just a stylistic choice here, for example, right? To have lines in this drawing, right? But then, you know, maybe if you're trying to go for like a more, I don't know, realistic, I guess is the word, but not really. So like, you know, real world objects don't have lines.
Whoa!
And
Jump
then,
scare.
yeah. And so like, in order to get this to like a polished result, you need to kind of like, you need to resolve all of these lines, right? So you can see that there are no lines in the finished one. And so this is just like a stylistic choice that I felt we needed to cover in here, because, you know, it's just a set of choices that an artist makes when they're doing something. So think of like I don't know, some realistic painting and like Guilty Gear Strive's art style, right? Because like they all use like these things for sure. It's just like
we just got hit with ads. Can we
Oh my
take
God.
a small little breather to wait for people to get back?
Sorry.
Sorry
Yeah.
to like
Okay.
slap you. I don't want anyone to get lost.
Yep.
While that's happening. So this is gonna be our 3-minute intermission while we wait for them to get back. Yeah,
bro is cashing in. Bro is cashing in.
I'm
on that
cashing
stream.
in. I'm cashing my intermission.
Oh
You
my
have to
God.
forgive me. This is, while it's very, very interesting, I'm learning a lot. This is a lot of information.
We haven't even covered like 5% yet, so yeah.
Oh God.
Well, okay, maybe we've covered that, so no need to worry. Okay, so what is your general? How are you feeling with the?
I'm understanding the process and what everything is doing. How lighting affects color and lighting affects shadows. I am actually taking notes. Yes.
So
I have a notebook in front of me.
yeah, so basically, if like you were to sit down on your own and draw something, you would like understand like, oh, okay, like
Yeah, I would be
sketch,
like, okay,
line art,
what's the idea I
colors.
need to go through? All right, thumbnail, so I can find what I think looks nicest and sells the idea. And then I'm like, okay, sketch it out, line art it, flat colors, then we worry about shading and lighting. But it's still good to keep in mind the shading and lighting before I get to it, just to like sort of know what I'm designing the scene around. But that's something I would figure out in the sketching phase.
Yeah,
Sort of
mean,
like a light idea of all that stuff.
That's
Yeah, it's just all of these ideas compounding onto each other.
yeah.
Gotcha.
One anecdote that I heard is like how much time did it take you for you to draw this like little thumbnail like napkin sketch? And the artist responded with my whole life. And there's definitely like a lot of truth to that, because these like little thumbnail like napkin sketches are like the culmination of basically like everything you understand about art. It's just in like a very small form, so it is like a very complicated thing to ask for, like, of a beginner to, hey, just do this like finished illustration but like small scale as a sketch. Like it's tough, so like don't need to worry about it too much, I think.
Yeah, we'll get 50 ads. All right, ads are over.
God.
Everyone should be back now. So I cut him off. So he didn't go too in depth about it. He'll bring back up everyone's boyfriend here in a second. But yeah, he was talking about sort of that lines don't exist, and how do we take the lines and find the way to turn them into a finished product.
Well, all I wanted to say is like it is a choice to have lines or to not have them. This is just like one example of like a stylistic choice. Like, you know, cell shading and like having these like uh simple shadows on characters, that's another choice where shadows are just one value. They're not like fully rendered. That's another stylistic choice, and there are so many different
Okay.
ones. But so like
So just choosing what you enjoy doing and what you think looks nice, and implementing it into your own work, and understanding that there's no wrong way to do it once you get the idea of the fundamentals.
pretty much yeah. So like
Got it.
my point is everyone uses these. It's just, you know, the style just kind of changes how the end result looks like, but they all rely on this theory. And so you might see this like small little graph here, um that I've drawn crudely, but I think if you're like how should I word it? Like this is to kind of get you to understand how your process of learning goes for doing art. Um, so I'm gonna be front loading you with like theory, right? And so you can find out all you want about theory. You can just go all the way up, and like you can know as much as you like. This is like key, obviously, right? Because if you think about it, so like doctors know really well, they know anatomy really well, right? Does that make them good artists? No, they still can't draw, right? Even though they have like the knowledge, they are not able to draw like what they see, right? So, you know, I'm gonna be talking about this, and I'm gonna be like showing you rules, right? But then what's happening as you learn, so you get like kind of more and more and more and more and more and more of this eventually, like through YouTube tutorials, through this stream, hopefully it kind of goes
Through
up.
Control plus Paint, which is that one website you mentioned in DMs.
Yes. I'll shout it out in a little bit when we get to the next step. But basically, as you're practicing this knowledge, your muscle memory and your observational skills, that is how you perceive the world, they are obviously like going to be informed by this a little bit, but they're going to be very slowly going up, right? Very slowly. So it's like it's not a thing you can like instantly get good at. And we're going to be talking about how to draw lines and ellipses and stuff like that in a second. But this is what I want to stress is this shit takes time, like a lot of time, weeks, months, years. If you don't have any knowledge, so like for example, if you do not know anatomy, right? You will still be like, you'll not be able to draw a human, right? You will still be like stuck drawing like stick figures for years, right? So you need like a balance of all of that to kind of go. And the good news is like anyone can do it, but the bad news is it takes a lot of time to develop these skills, and they are like very kind of, they result, like all of them result in a good drawing, but they're not like necessarily connected with one another. So like you can observe, you can have like really good observational skills, but like if you don't draw anything, like your lines are going to be terrible, right? So you just kind of need to apply that all at once. So, you know, if you're struggling with art, I advise you to kind of think about what is it that you're missing. So, you know, if you notice that your lines are like wobbly and you can't draw very well, maybe you need to practice like your hand-eye coordination. Maybe if your drawings aren't coming out as well as you hope, maybe you need to work on your observational skills. Maybe you need to just kind of research visually subjects more. Maybe if your drawings are really flat, maybe you need to like brush up on your theory, which is something that I will try to do. But yeah, as Pandas said, all the stuff I'm talking about, you can find in way more concise form at controlplane.com, and it's a site that I will forever hold dear in my heart because it is what taught me drawing. Like pretty much all the fundamentals are there, and a lot of what I'm saying is just like paraphrasing this like theoretic knowledge that is also available on that site. And why I love Control Paint so much is because the videos on these topics are very bite-sized. They're like 5 minutes topics, 5 minute videos about topics that are like, you can just take away something and you like just kind of change your way of thinking a little bit, and you're like, oh, like I get it now. And you can instantly apply that to drawing, and you can just kind of go at your own pace, however quickly you want. It's like, it's up to you. So if you're ever feeling like stuck, or maybe like I'm not explaining this very well, you can just go to Control Paint and it will be explained way better.
You're doing wonderful. Don't
Okay.
even sweat it.
So yeah, now we can actually move on to drawing, if you're ready for it.
Yay!
Yep.
Let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, okay, all right. I'm super duper excited. We're gonna getting into like the basic mechanics. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's Jericho. All yours.
So before we start drawing anything, we need to understand how to like kind of move our arm. That's like, it sounds simple, but it's a thing that a lot of people, when they teach drawing, they just kind of don't talk about it, and that leaves a lot of people like kind of getting poor form, I guess, is, you know,
ergonomics. It happens in all fields. My fucking piano playing is still fucked up from the first time I was taught it.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, with physical exercise, like, you know, proper form is like the most important thing. And so it's like with drawing, it's pretty much the same. So like you need to just understand like how to move before you can draw, right? So the first thing that we'll figure out is I wanted to ask you,
yes,
if you have a screen tablet, or is it like the one I have?
I'm just like you. I use the pad.
Jericho
does not have a screen tablet. That surprised the shit out of me.
Yeah.
I thought he'd be like hunched over a Cintiq like a fucking gargoyle.
Yeah. I would love to try it out, but the big screen ones, they cost a lot, and yeah.
Just saying, anyone who donates towards this stream, I will put directly towards getting this guy a fucking display tablet.
Yeah.
He deserves it. He's earned it.
So you know, I just tell myself that, you know, with a tab, with you looking at the monitor, you actually have better posture. That's the cope I have. So you actually have like a straight back, and that's like better for posture, I would say.
Well, they do have their own bonuses. Other than that, I remember I did a lot of research about it. The tablet, when you have to look at a monitor, improves your hand-eye coordination by a lot.
Yeah.
However, with the display screen, you have a lot more idea of exactly what you need to do, but you don't develop the hand-eye coordination as much.
I think personal preference, and
it comes down to personal preference.
Yeah,
it's
like
very...
For example, if you're drawing on a screen, like what I would find kind of annoying is my hand obscures the screen. I will not be seeing like completely what I'm drawing. But if I'm looking at a monitor and my hand is like somewhere else on the tablet, like I have full vision of what is it that I'm drawing, right? So that's like one small example of kind of why that may be more preferred. But okay, so
yeah, it's just personal preference.
Yeah, so I would like you to go into your tablet properties if you
oh god,
if you know where they are.
Open up Huion tablet app.
Yeah. Okay.
Save me. Oh, hold on. Actually, hold on. I have to full screen the learning because
yeah, you don't like
it's not letting me.
Not necessary to show on stream, but basically, how would I put it actually? How would I show it? Does this work? Hold on. Yes.
Oh,
Awesome.
it turns out I'm just stupid and I had my shit pinned to the front. And
I
I
see.
did not mean to do that.
Uh,
Okay, well, he's showing it. He's showing it. He's showing it. I don't have to show anything.
Yeah.
My life's easier. Wipe sweat from brow.
Okay. All I want to say is so this is the kind of pen pressure curve, and by default it's like this. So this upper point is like here.
I think mine is actually. Hold on. I need to...
Yep.
Let me go ahead and check mine. I think mine's fucked up too. Yup.
Okay, so it's like, no, like by default it's like just a diagonal, right? And it's like, oh, it gives you like full curve of like strength. So you need to apply a lot of strength to get to this point, basically. And so what I've done with mine, and what I urge you to do, to go way easier on your wrist and your tablet, because you don't want to be scratching your tablet surface with your pen.
That happened to me. I went over to my fiance's place for the first time, and I used her tablet, and I carved "I beat pandas" into
Oh my god.
into her screen protector.
Actual vandalism. Yeah.
And she handed it to me for 2 seconds, and she walked away, and she heard.
Oh. Yeah, so
it must have felt like I just shot her dog, dude.
Yeah. So that's unfortunate, but you've already seen
that's why I've
seen the
seen
results.
The consequences.
Yes. So this is why we're gonna be reducing like pen pressure to like about half. You can like change the curve like however you want, but basically like what this means, and we have like different tablets, but so like yours will,
yes, mine's like mine's actually curving per se.
Yeah,
while
so
yours is much more
like up to you. All I'm saying is maximum pressure should be like around a half, like or however much you prefer, but this reduces the strain on your wrist and like makes you not carve into the tablet surface. So this is
to the tablets of someone you care about. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm actually gonna bring on screen mine so that people can see it. So this is what I just set it to right now, but before it was this one, which means in order to get max pressure, I have to.
Yeah, ideally.
Really get in there.
Yeah, ideally you just want to like
If I set it
have full opacity at like a pressure point that you're comfortable with, so that you don't need to like actively press down on the tablet as you're drawing.
Yeah, and then of course you just have to get used to whatever you set it to.
Yeah.
But like why can I set it to this? I'm like full cavemaning this shit.
No.
Oh god, I shouldn't have done that. I just looked at my tablet. Okay, so we're done with that bit. And we're gonna set this to here. There we go.
So these are just like basic precaution for tablet settings.
Save your tablet.
Before
Save
we
your
begin.
tablet.
Yeah.
Don't do to the tablets of your loved ones.
Save your tablet and save your wrist. Don't
No
get.
worries, Blue. Anyone who's interested, there's gonna be a VOD both from me and from Jericho, so it's double saved. Don't even sweat it.
Yeah.
Don't even sweat it.
Okay, and now we start drawing. So first thing I'm gonna teach you is like drawing lines and how to just kind of how to go about it. So as we're taught naturally, like we're taught how to write with pens and pencils. So to like, you know, put letters in, we use these like small movements. And so a lot of people are used to like putting marks down by using the wrist, right? So you're drawing like small, like your range of motion with the wrist is like quite limited, okay? And it's good for letters because it allows you to be like precise, but it does not cover this area. Like you can't do that, right, with the wrist. So
squished like.
Who is squished?
My I accidentally squished my C. Okay, fuck it. So my credit is gonna be just tiny.
Oh my god. Yeah. So
Little baby.
Okay, so here's the basic breakdown. So for these small scale lines, so like circles and ellipses and these like small lines, small details, using your wrist is like perfectly fine. Honestly, like that's kind of how I find it like most comfortable, because like if you spend like any time writing anything, you're just like kind of drawing with the wrist. But if you lock your wrist down, like this is the maximum range I can go with my wrist, right? So it's like it goes like that.
It's
It's not
limiting.
yeah, it's not a very wide range of motion. So you, if you want like to draw big lines, you will need to use your whole arm, and this is what's called like drawing from the shoulder. So you should like unlock your kind of whole arm. However, you should lock your wrist and fingers, right? So like your wrist and fingers aren't moving, but your like shoulder is. So, and you can see that my range of motion is like way like further than it is with the wrist. So with the wrist, this is like my range of motion, and then if I draw with my arm, I can just draw these lines completely freely.
Yeah. I can see the difference and I can feel the difference.
Yeah,
So when it comes to like, so you just understanding your arm and your body's range of motion and how to use it for different lines.
precisely. Yes.
Okay.
So this is like it's just like so many people don't understand that you can actually like this is how people like do these like smooth lines in the first place, right? We don't want to be, you know, chicken scratching like our lines like this with the wrist.
Yeah, I already have very shaky wrists, so just instantly seeing the difference.
Yeah.
I can't show it on screen because for some reason my window capture is the Antichrist and will not work. But to anyone who's trying it at home, you guys will instantly see a difference.
Yeah. So
Swinging with your shoulder, and specifically you prior like specifically mentioning the shoulder instantly made a difference.
yeah.
Thank
So
you, thank you, thank you.
wrist, shoulder, right? Like arm, like our body anatomy is like everyone's built different, so it's like up to you to find like whichever like kind of arrangement you find comfortable. So one thing is you can do is, because we have Photoshop and all of these programs, you can actually like zoom in and out. And so let's say I need to draw a line from here to here, right? And if I zoom like all the way out, I can do this line with my wrist, right? However, if I zoom all the way in, I can use my shoulder, right?
Okay, okay.
So you can actually just manipulate your canvas in a way you see fit to like fit your kind of body's limits.
There we go.
So one one example of this is the compass that you wanted to see. So
Oh!
yeah, so you know my
Yes!
yeah, the way my shoulder works, and I assume a lot of others is
As long as we're all humans, I think. I don't know. Maybe you guys are like isopods watching my stream right now.
it's a bit different. But so like these lines like down below, like from like I'm trying to make a straight line, right? And it's like, okay, somewhere on the right side it feels like more comfortable, but like as I move left, it's like it's just not comfortable.
I
But
see.
but for like, you know, for when I draw with the shoulder, like drawing lines in this direction is like very comfortable. It's like very smooth. These are just like, it's just way easier to draw it like this. So for example, if I still need to draw a line like this, I can actually like, I can try to do it like this, right? It's just kind of difficult, and like maybe eventually I will hit it. Or you could just rotate your canvas, and you can actually use the kind of your preferred, like the same motion that we're doing here. You can just kind of rotate the canvas, and you make the line like comfortable for yourself. So
I
that's
gotcha. Okay. Okay. Okay.
so that's the reason for rotating the canvas. And the let's go like real quick with like program specific things in order to be quick with drawing. I am using a lot of keyboard shortcuts, and I advise you to just kind of learn keyboard shortcuts for everything as much as you can. For example, you know, it may make sense to you that you're drawing something and you're like, oh, I want to erase something. So you do the stupid thing where you like, this is the first time I've done it in like 8 years. You switch your stylus to the eraser like on top. So you like flip your eraser and you like try to erase with it. Don't do that, okay?
That's insane.
You just press B for brush and then you press E for eraser and you don't move your like, see how much time that saves? Like it's instant, right?
Well, also it keeps your form, which means that your lines are going to be more consistent. That's something we have to worry about with
yeah, sure.
music.
Sure. And but mostly just saves time. And so I like my fingers on the keyboard are like B for brush, E for eraser, you know, Control Z a lot of the time. F2 I use for new layer. So I don't need to click here every time I want to make a new layer. I use F3 to condense the layer down. So you can see like merge down. And so I have these recorded as actions in Photoshop. There's like a specific window here, and there's like a lot of these. Like you can just like record anything in Photoshop and set it to like a keyboard shortcut. So for example, if I want to flip something real quick, if I want to flip this layer, I'm using Shift plus F4, and I can just instantly flip this and keep on drawing. So I urge you heavily to abuse the fact that we're using digital software and use as many keyboard shortcuts as you can to speed up your process. It's not necessary, but it does, like, you know, the less you interact with the program, the better. So like ideally your brain needs to be like in just drawing mode all the time, right? So you like the less time I'm thinking about program specific things, the more time I have to like be thinking about drawing. Okay, so that's kind of my reasoning.
There was a couple of questions asked in chat. One, if you're in Procreate also has shortcuts. They're just really archaic, like double tapping with both your fingers. That is a shortcut. That's an equivalent. Just learn all of those as well. They're not going to apply once you move to something like CSP, but the idea, those are the same thing. Learning those will save you a lot of effort and time. And another person in chat, Arnsika, thank you by the way. They asked, or not Arnsika, my bad. Vertebrath asked, is there a difference between drawing from the shoulder versus the elbow?
Well, I mean, mechanically, like, yeah, you're using different muscles, but it's like, I think people mean the same thing when they talk about it. It's just like, depending on the line, like maybe somewhere I'm using like both. Like if I'm using a circle, I'm using like both the elbow and the shoulder. But if I'm using this, I don't know. It's just, I think it's just semantics. It's nothing to like worry about. It's like, it's more about the concept of like, you're locking your wrist and your fingers, so you're not moving them, but you're trying to draw with the rest of your hand.
You're using your arm.
Yeah. Yeah, your arm.
Yeah.
And this is kind of...
No, it's not intuitive. I understand.
If you see like old masters drawing with a pencil, you know, they hold it like in a completely different way. You'll see that they will just let me see if I can find it. Old master drawing. It's just gonna be the end result. Drawing live.
No worry, Divine. That's why we're gonna upload the VOD. We're gonna make this, and this is a lot of information. I understand. I don't know if I have ADHD. I'm not gonna say nothing. But this will be uploaded. Keep it on the background, and you'll basically be pre-studying for the next time you come through it. So just
Yeah,
leave it on the background. There's nothing wrong with that. You're still retaining information, even if you don't think you are.
yeah,
Don't sweat it.
this is like information overload, so like don't stress
Yeah,
yourself if you're not like
this
like
is a lot.
if you've already gotten like some useful information out of this, that's perfect. Okay, so that means like this is doing something, right? So we're gonna be delving like way deep into things, like we've kind of barely started. So it's like it's very important that you, if this is too much information, just take a break. You don't need to take all of this at once. The only reason we're doing this is because of like time limits. So like I can't show up to talk about it for like 5 minutes
Yeah.
each Sunday or something like that.
Yeah,
Right.
he unfortunately lives in this awful, horrible wasteland called Europe, which makes it very difficult for a bisexual guy from the West Coast.
Yeah.
So this is a lot of information at once. That's why we're saving the VODs, and
Yeah,
we're
so
gonna make sure
I'm
that
really sorry about this, but that's kind of how things go. And if this is already too much, that's like completely fair. Like you don't need to engage with this, like overload your brain. Nothing good will come out of it anyway. I think if you just like try to brute force, trying to learn
Yeah.
something.
Take your time, do it at your own comfortable pace, and let it happen in a way that's comfortable for you. That's not gonna make you be like, this is too much, and then you shut down.
Yeah.
It's best to take everything in, uh, linearly. Ow! I just banged my finger. Linearly, like step by step by step. That's why we're setting up everything so that you can go and start working on stuff your own.
Yeah, so
But yeah.
here's the thing I was talking about. A lot of like artists just hold their pencil like this, and you can see like there's no way they're gonna use their wrist to draw this, right? They're not holding it like you would hold a pencil if you were writing something, right? They're using their elbow, their whole arm to draw all of these lines. Okay, so that's the thing that I wanted to showcase. Now, as we go about like just making marks on the canvas,
Why is my dog?
the kind of logic that I want you to have is like you're thinking on the canvas, and I want you to be like comfortable with how you're drawing, and this is going to take a lot of time to develop, but essentially you want to be just comfortable with making marks. You don't want to be making lines like too slow, because you can see that it's like wobbly, right? It's just like I can't make a straight line if I draw it like super slowly, right? You kind of want to have a certain kind of like rhythm to it, right? And a
Yes.
good Mhm.
A friend of mine I used to know, he is a concept artist. He works in industry. I used to make D&D items with him back when I was in high school.
Nice.
He developed he had a bunch of practice techniques to build up something. He called it line confidence. Is that what this concept is? Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah,
Ow.
it's kind of that. Yeah, sort
Thank you.
of. So this is like, being confident with your lines leads to these like I wouldn't say they're accurate, but they're like energetic. And like the two things that I don't want you to do is I don't want you to do this. I don't want you to control Z after each line you make. Okay, so this is like,
You say after I just control Z'd like fucking 5 circles
yes,
back to
you
back.
do not do that. You do not do that. This is a
I'm
bad
sorry.
habit.
I'm sorry. I bowed my head. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So because this it's not a bad thing to do per se, because I do that quite a lot if I'm trying to draw something, right, and it's like not coming out correctly. But you need to develop in your brain this relationship you have with the page, where you make these lines and like you just have like full confidence of the line, even if it's not accurate. Holy shit, there it goes. I just scraped off my window of the PSD. Yeah.
God.
Yeah, so like there we go. I did it again. Okay, hold on. I keep drawing outside of the borders. Okay, so I have to zoom all the way out. So, it doesn't matter if you're like
plane.
100% accurate. You just need to be like confident with it, and like if you're like super struggling with something, like with a line, you can say like, okay, I didn't like I need to put it like here and here, and you put a line like this, and you're like, honestly, you can just do that. That's good enough. You know, you can use Photoshop to like modify these things or like whatever. You know, it's like,
Yeah, it's giving you the tools. You might as well use them.
it's not cheating. It's just like, I don't want you to be drawing lines for 6 months when this is because like, oh, I need to get good at like drawing lines before I can do anything else, right? It's just like a thing that takes like so much time to develop. So, you know, be sure to like do this as like a warm up. And here are some exercises that I would advise you to do.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Sorry.
Leaning forward in my chair.
Yeah. So I said the two things that I don't want you to do. So the first one is like control Zing after each stroke. Don't do that. And the other one is like being like kind of too messy about it, and just kind of like not making lines like this. Okay, right? Like this is not what we're doing. We're putting one line at like one time. So we're just practicing this like motion. Okay. So the first thing you can do,
Z and be purposeful with each line.
yeah. Okay. Now, how like here's a very simple like rule that we're going to be doing for all of drawing pretty much, and this is called the CSI rule, which is basically if you want to draw something, you should be drawing it in using a C curve, an S curve, or a straight line. So you could just break everything down instead of thinking of like, oh my god, I'm like trying to trace the outline of like this shape, and you're just, you know, you just do one of these at a time. So you do a line, then a curve, then like another curve, maybe like an S curve, maybe another line, maybe another line. So you just kind of, you only draw with these pretty much, right? So that's for confident
We're not
lines.
making him draw the S. We're not making him do that.
Oh, yeah, whatever. I'm not doing
no.
Yeah. So now that we got this out of the way, so CSI once again, CSI. So straight lines, or C curve or an S curve. These are.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking to myself, how do you draw a C curve backwards? I'm fucking stupid. You should draw it backwards.
You just, yeah, I don't know. It's like
backwards.
C curve, S curve, straight line. Very simple, but very effective. So, and now I'm gonna be start giving out like a little bit of practice. This is ideally something that you can do, you know, wherever, especially if you have like even if you have like a pencil and paper, it's very good for that. Yeah, just whatever. Anyone can do it. So first thing is you draw two dots. You draw them wherever, and you just try to connect them with a line. And the important part of this exercise is you don't go like this. You should be hitting like from one, like you should go beyond the point. So, you know, once again, if you draw like a line like this, if you draw from one point to the other, it looks like this, right? It doesn't look very nice. However, if you draw that same line and you draw it like this, it's okay if you don't hit it, but like you ideally, like that's the whole purpose, is like we're practicing this stuff, right? We want to get better at accuracy. But you can see that this line is like is so much better than this one. Even if it's like off, it doesn't matter. Like it just looks so much better, right? And what you can do is you could just erase these, and now you're left with like the same result, except it looks way better, right? So once again, the whole kind of idea is you draw 2 dots anywhere. You can use the canvas rotation to see like how comfortable you are with these, and you can try practicing lines, right? You can practice small lines, you can practice long lines. As you can see, I'm not the best, so I could use this exercise as well.
Well, you say that, but when you did the line earlier, you struck above, and then you were able to just move it down, and it was
Yeah.
perfect. It went through both of them.
Well, yeah. So that's
So
the kind of whole point. Like you can kind of cheat it a little bit with Photoshop, but don't get too
don't
crazy
get
with it. Yeah.
comfy.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'll be like Jericho and miss it.
Yes, exactly. But you can just see how well these lines like just kind of look. They're just like super confident, even if they don't hit their marks. Like that's you know, we're trying to get better at it. So
Mhm.
you do that, and then you know we can also just do a bunch of ellipses, and ellipses are, I would say, both harder and easier than lines, because you know for an ellipse it's like a almost like a mechanical movement. Like you're not even like thinking about it, you're just sort of doing it. In fact, you can just start with any circle and you can just like keep on doing it like however much you want. It's, you know, you can make small ellipses, you can make larger ellipses. Ideally you want to make like an ellipse with like one stroke, right? So like that.
Mm.
But you can also like try to develop your kind of, oh my god, somebody donated.
I told you that I will come to this stream.
Okay.
I hope you created a Telegram channel. I
Yes.
haven't
Jesus
visited
Christ.
Vicky for a long time.
Okay.
Give him money.
So like,
Give him money now.
yeah, okay. Thanks for the dono. Big appreciation. That was like probably way too loud. I don't know how to configure it. Hold on. I'm so sorry about this.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I don't have a separate sound slider for that, so whatever. Don't donate
Yeah,
money to me, please.
I'll show you how to set up a mixer after stream. Don't worry about it.
Yippee! Yeah,
Don't worry about
okay.
it. Everyone go follow Jericho. He's streaming this right now on his end as well. I'm just the mediator, so that I can be someone to be on the other perspective.
Yeah.
And sort of ask questions about it.
Okay, so
I'm the student along with you guys, but if you want to get direct from him.
so once again, like you can actually just keep on drawing the circle if you feel comfortable with it. You know, all of the ellipse, oval, however you want to call it. And you can see that like naturally for my hand, like it comes at like a slight tilt. So it's the same kind of angle as this. And if you want, so like again with Photoshop, you can just like manipulate the canvas, and or you can just rotate the paper if you're doing that. And you can just draw the same kind of oval, but like, you know, they're different like angles when you look from this side, but you're doing the same motion, and you should just keep on practicing that. You can practice like circles are difficult, and why they're difficult especially is because you're using like you are using your different muscles on your arm at different points, which is why it's like so wobbly. So if I keep speaking, right, it's like my brain is like lagging behind what it's seeing as I'm drawing. I'm trying to show this in like an exaggerated way, but like you can see that like certain muscles activate at a certain time. So like my eye sees that I'm like, it's like catching up to what it sees, and it activates like a muscle like here. That's why circles are like hard to do, but you can just, you know, with enough practice, you can kind of get better at it. So after dots and lines, I encourage you to draw ellipses. You can actually draw an ellipse like touching these 2 points if you want. That's like another thing, and have it be aligned with this line, right? And
That's fucking hard.
okay. Yeah, so it's just a muscle memory thing. So ideally with a lot of effort, like it will be easier. Like eventually this will be like very easy, like these ellipses, but like, you know, some like I need to be moving my arm like at a different angle and kind of awkwardly draw these like for example, like for me to draw an ellipse on this like axis, it's I need to like move my whole arm like to a different spot or like to convey
Yeah.
that kind of range. So it's just a lot about like getting comfortable with it and you know, just practice pretty much. One small thing about ellipses that it's kind of like a behind the curtain thing. If you're gonna be doing this with ellipses, please know that this will come up later in like 3 hours probably when I'm done yapping, but this is called a long axis of the ellipse. So this is LA, long axis. So this is where the ellipse is like longest, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for all of these, like ideally where it's shortest is like perpendicular. It's like 90 degrees. So this is kind of how we draw it, like a specific ellipse, right? Because these are like just freehand ones. It's like whatever. But if you need to draw a specific ellipse, this is how you do it. So you put down a line, you mark the ends. Let's say like this is where it ends. And so this is the long axis. So this is where it will be the longest. And then you draw a second line that is perpendicular, so it forms a 90-degree angle. And you mark the end points here, like they can just go further. They can be like here, right? This will be the short axis, so SA, right? So you can actually practice that. This is like maybe too difficult because you know, if you're not comfortable drawing ellipses just yet, you know, maybe you can try, but you essentially need to hit all 4 points as you're drawing the ellipse, and that is pretty difficult. But I urge you to try that.
It's worth practice.
Yes,
it's worth at least a shot.
Absolutely. And one thing that you may see me doing is as I've said, like thinking on the canvas, I'm actively like as I'm speaking, you can see that I'm just like moving my hand around. It's because like I'm trying to have my hand like be an extension of my brain, and this is what line ghosting is all about. And you maybe you've seen me do this, but if I just delete this and I want to draw a line here, right? So before actually like just drawing the line like straight away, I could just do that. But if I want to practice my movement, or I just want to like be sure about it, I can just like first kind of like ghost this line a little bit. So without touching the tablet, without touching the paper, I can just move. I don't know if you can see my cursor moving around.
I can.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to make this motion without actually like making a mark. And then when I feel like, yeah, you know, this is good enough, and then I'll make the worst mark possible. But you get the idea. Same with ellipses. So like I will do this movement, like this is what I do with all ellipses. I will do this movement because sometimes like I need to draw like an ellipse like that's super short, like this, right? So but maybe like I do this motion first, but then I need to draw like a wider ellipse, right? So you just start to ghost these lines a little bit, and before actually putting anything on the canvas, like you're just kind of training your muscles to do this motion, and then you kind of like just put the pencil down and make the mark. So it's like
Mhm.
you're not putting a lot of stress on yourself about this.
Gotcha. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and ideally, this is like another kind of um figurative thing to say, but you want to be thinking about like your pencil or your arm or whatever as like a figure skater almost, right? Like you want to do these, you just want to have like fluid motions and just be comfortable with what you're drawing, like no matter what it is. And that's like probably like the key to having like good lines, good line art, is because like you can erase the unnecessary parts, and you can just leave out the ones that matter, the parts that matter. So yeah, you just like just think of yourself as like, maybe this helps some people, I don't know, like if you're like ice skating here almost, so you want to have these like smooth flowing marks that are just like at a certain speed, right? I think like just seeing me do this is like giving you enough of an idea of how these lines are supposed to
Mhm.
like kind of go, and you can just kind of just set yourself free on the page. It doesn't really,
Mhm. Yeah, I can
yeah.
see the form.
A lot of it, yeah, a lot of it is like psychological, is just being like familiar with the canvas, or like with the page as you're drawing. Okay, so we're gonna go one step further, and that is we're gonna do, instead of two dots, so far we have two dots for lines, and then we have like ellipses. We're gonna introduce three dots. And that's where things get even trickier, because with three dots, we're gonna be trying to have a curve, and hit all of these. So this is like actually like pretty tricky, and
Oh
so
God. Okay.
sometimes like there will be like certain dots where it's how the hell am I going to do this, right? But you just try your best, and you just try hitting these. Don't sweat too much about like hitting it exactly, but as long as you're making lines like I do, as in you're not like, you're not doing a line like this, okay? And you're not trying to
Yeah,
like,
this is hard.
you're not trying to like do a lines with like, do one line with multiple ones, like uh you're already like practicing these motions, right? So it's like just getting comfortable with drawing, and getting comfortable with like back up now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Is
unfortunate.
he real? There he is. All right, he's back.
Yippee.
Everyone go lurk in Jericho's stream. I want to help him hit affiliate. He deserves it. I
Nah,
want this
I'm
motherfucker to
good.
start
I'm
streaming and make
good.
it slop.
Okay. So yeah,
Okay.
so
Let me go and bring back up this stream
this
on
is
my
pretty
end.
much what we have. I don't know when the stream
You're good.
ended, but yeah, once again, so um two dots for one line, then a bunch of ellipses, then you can make three dots, and you can try to draw curves, and just kind of get comfortable with it. As long as you don't make slop like this, you just make one confident curve. Try your best to hit the both of the points, but it's okay if you miss. We're here to practice. This takes time. Yada yada yada. So this is pretty much everything for in regards to like physical movement that
Actual
we have.
drawing, like the act. We now know every movement you ever need to make. Wrap
Yeah.
it up, boys.
Mm-hmm.
Pack your bags.
Yeah.
But it's really cool that you can break down everything into these simple lines and shapes and stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
understanding, because like, oh, you need to make a circle, that's just a C and another C. You need to make an something that bends one way and then bends the other, that's an S. You need to make a straight line, that's an I, straight line.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
One. Mhm.
It's making me think about art in a way I never really did, and it's making it a lot easier for me to grasp.
Yeah. So one extra thing you can do is you can just start kind of after you're done like connecting dots, you can just start drawing lines, and then you can just start drawing random shapes using this like CSI thing that I've talked about. But even just using lines, you can like say, okay, like there, and then you can just kind of erase everything you don't need, and you will end up with like a shape, right? And this is like an appealing looking shape instead of you going for like this, right? Like this is just way better looking, okay? And you can just practice that as well. So you can, you know, if you have like a ton of points, you can just start connecting them. You get it.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's cool. That's super cool.
Yeah, so this is pretty much like your kind of like super beginner thing. Um, Now, if you're ready, I can move on to the actual act of drawing, which is where we'll start kind of seeing
We
things.
are about to
Yeah.
have ads hit, so I'm gonna
Oh
run
my
them
god.
right now. And then when ads end, we can start doing that. So we're gonna take a quick 3-minute intermission. Me and Jericho are just gonna chat for a second while I run
Mm-hmm.
these. I love MS Paint art, but if there's one thing I love more, it's money. Have fun with this, fuckers.
Damn.
And then I hit the button.
Yeah.
Hoorah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the ads are gonna be running, and
Okay.
yeah. So yeah, this is super duper interesting. I never really I never broke down art in this sort of like way. And now I so like on my desk, I went to Anime Expo and I bought some off merchandise because I love off because I'm a loser and because they were selling off merch. And being able to look at it and recognize the shapes the person used to make
Oh.
these different things is so instantly changing everything. Like saying, oh, this is a line, but it curves down into this. Looking at, this, yeah, off. I fucking love off. If
I don't
don't even
know
get me
what
started.
that is.
Off is an old RPG Maker game, and it's so good. I was a
Oh.
huge inspiration for Toby Fox when he was making Undertale. Are
Oh,
you
I
familiar with
see.
like Yume Nikki?
I've heard the name, but I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's from that sort of era where RPG Maker
Mm-hmm.
RPG fuck me RPG Maker horror games. Huh,
Oh, I
there's gonna be a
see.
remake. We're really popping off. And it's French developed. The music is wonderful. The art's incredible. I can actually show you some stuff. I love RPG Maker games. They were a huge inspiration for me. I right behind me actually at Anime Expo, I spent over $100 on RPG Maker merchandise.
Oh my god.
So right behind me, I have it's an Oyasumi Poon Poon. That's not RPG Maker, but under the Oyasumi Poon Poon thing, there's like an Yume Nikki and then an Ebe poster, and I bought a bunch of Ebe pins and stuff.
So when people
Um,
are watching your ads, this is what the revenue goes to.
yeah. This is what they. Well, that's back when I was working for the evil company when I was working for the government.
Oh, mhm.
So I was making fuck you money. But now I'm in college and I have none.
Yep, I see.
uh, yeah. If you guys don't want to get hit with the ads, just swap to the other stream.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, RPG Maker games are like a huge inspiration for me, and those games actually sold themselves primarily off their artistic value because the gameplay itself is very simple. RPG Maker is a very restrictive gameplay engine, so so the reason why games like Off got so popular is because of the stories they told and how they visually represented them. So if you look up Off Batter, you'll probably recognize the design. It's super iconic. And then
Okay,
Yume Nikki is just one of the most beautiful games I've ever played.
I
I love it, and
see.
that's not even getting into the
I
fan
see.
games they inspired you, like Yume Tuki, Dot Flow, fucking Urban Graffiti. There's so much shit. um, but yeah, they're huge inspirations for me, and they're why the reason I like the art I like.
Hmm.
Um, and if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have gotten into indie gaming as much. And if it wasn't for me getting into indie gaming, I wouldn't have gotten into like the games that are the reason why I now know you. So it's just super dope. Um,
Damn. Big lore,
I
big lore revealed.
big lore, big lore. Yeah. And
I
now I
see.
stream and I play a bunch of weird ass games. I always try to seek out really niche stuff because I love seeing like the art and stuff. I played this game called Tomorrow is My Birthday that was
Mhm.
made by one student with like 50 photos they took themselves of the only film they had before a camera, like with like an older camera, and they did all of the art over it.
Oh,
It's a beautiful story. And it had maybe one review, and I was the first person to buy it on Steam. I was
Jesus
the first person to
Christ.
ever buy that game. And it's because the games like Yume Nikki that I go after that stuff. But that's enough about me.
Mhm.
I really highly recommend you check out Off. You would love it. You'd really like
Okay,
it.
okay.
Even though it's French, I'm willing to
Oh.
forgive them this once.
Mhm. I'll I'll try to research this after the stream, but
I'll shoot you some stuff. But
yeah.
ads are over. Sorry about the aside, folks. I love nerding out. I love video games. I love art.
Mhm.
Um, that's why we're doing this, because I want to be able to help more people make stuff for me to look at and be like, ooh,
Yeah.
big fan.
So, I guess we're ready to move on to the next part in our big list. We're like, I don't know, we're
You gotta
maybe
take a
like
deep breath.
a third way through. So if this gives you any
All right.
idea on the tempo of this, like how long this is gonna take. So
All right. Let's lock in. Let's
mhm.
lock in.
Yeah, so next one is a big one, and it's called observational drawing. And so this is all about using what we've learned. Let me see. Using what we've learned here. Don't mind the graph just yet. Or sorry, using what we've learned here in here. So we're gonna be using like our muscle memory that we've developed here. We're just gonna be applying it to now drawing what we see. Um, so why do we do that? Why do we draw stuff that we see? It's because we're trying to like develop our eye. This goes back to what I was talking about here. This is all about like this eye symbol here. We want to start seeing things like as they are instead of how we think they are. And there's like a very easy way of showing this. So like if I ask a person who doesn't draw anything to draw an eye, this is what they'll draw. Right? This is like an eye. And this is like not what the eye actually looks like. It's like the symbol of the eye, right? So this is what like in our brain what the eye looks like, but not what it actually looks like, if that makes sense. So if you look at the eye, it looks quite different. It's like it's not exactly the same, okay? And so what we're going to be doing with observational drawing is just kind of reducing this and just trying to learn from you know how things actually look like, because you know if you haven't seen what you're going to be drawing, chances are it's not going to look that good, right? If you don't like, if you're not using reference for like drawing trees, your tree is just gonna be like a broccoli, right? It's just gonna be like that. And you know that's kind of why we use reference. That's kind of why we train our eye. And so here's like a quick demo of how I would go about this. So for me, the first thing I see is like I see this curve, right? So I see these kind of shapes. I'm not going to be doing this thing where I draw in blue. I'll just draw in black like straight away for brevity's sake. So let's see. So we make this curve, right? This is kind of like you can kind of follow what I'm doing, right?
I can move
So
myself out of the way.
So I'm just following this shape, and then I see the eyelid. It's making like kind of this shape, right? And I'm using the eraser as much as I'm using the brush pretty much, right? So, okay, so I see some angles here, right? There's like a tear duct is going this way. I'll erase some of the extra here, right? Already you can see that this is like forming like somewhat of the general shape of an eye. then under this we have like the lower eyelid, kind of goes like that. Right, so I'm just copying what I see. So there's a shape here. I'm just using like a line here. I see this, and I just follow what I see. I trained both my eye, and I'm using the kind of muscle memory that we've practiced before. And I see this shape. This shape is so intriguing to me, and this is the thing that, you know, kind of gets my attention. It's like this shape, right? It's like the darkest, largest shape in this whole picture, and it's like the darkest one, and that's kind of what my eye just naturally gravitates. And you can see that I'm also going to be I've mentioned this before, where I talk about like simplification, and I will not, like, you know, I'm trying to simplify all of these into lines, right? I'm not going to be like trying to draw like every single like kind of part that I see. I will just be kind of simplifying things to like its basics as much as I can, right? So the eyebrow kind of goes like that, right? Then it just kind of connects here. So obviously the eye itself, we have this kind of shape going down here, and because this is in grayscale, you can actually just start adding values, but this is I don't know if I should get into it, but this is just like a small extra thing you can start doing. Essentially the drawing is like pretty much finished, right? Everything else I do is like extra details, right? Like you can see that you can just like work from here, and then, you know, if we want to do values, then this is another part of like observation, but I'm now like just gonna copy these like where I see one value, one shape that's like one value, I'm gonna be trying to get that thing like
Gotcha. Okay.
translate it to my page, right? To what I'm doing. Right, and so I'm not using any like anything complicated. I'm just trying to draw what I see, and just kind of, you know, and you can keep on going with this. Eventually you'll just get to something like this, right?
Oh my gosh.
So
He locked the fuck in.
yeah, I just did that in 1 second. You just didn't see me, but yeah.
Yeah, he's just real fast.
Yeah. Yes. So eventually you get to a result that's kind of like this. But yeah, you don't need to like, you don't really need to render this out. Like this is kind of like what values are about, but it's good if you're able to do this. That's great. You can actually just you know, I use my pressure sensitivity, or like, you know, just with a pencil, like just how hard I press. This is like very important, right? This kind of gradation for values. So like the harder I press, the more darker it is. So if I see something really dark, like here, right? Ideally, like I want to be pressing like pretty hard on this, right? Or I can just like build it up. So I can say like, okay, this is like light gray, and then if I go over it, it just gets darker and darker. So you can just kind of start building that up, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah, so eventually, like, you can use the white of the page as like your one value, and then whatever is like darker, you could just like copy that here. So you can see, like,
Yeah,
for
and then
example,
you don't even need to add the light because you're just understanding
yeah,
how to build the dark around it.
pretty much. It's just like, yeah, to me that's like
I broke it.
one and the same. This is what values are about, and like it's also like part of observational drawing. So it's like recognizing values, recognizing colors. We're just not talking about that necessarily right now, but since we have the chance, like this is like a very basic understanding. For example, this is like the widest that this eyelid gets, right? So this is like the widest part. Like I'm using the white of the page as like this the brightest part, because everything I'm putting down, everything is going to be darker. So everything around here is like slightly darker, right? And then the really dark parts are the darkest here, right? And same with the pupil. And you're gonna actually modify it a little bit. So for example, like you can see here that these are the same value here. These are like pitch black pretty much, right? But in my drawing, because I purposefully want the focal point to be this, right? I want people to kind of look at this and not this. You can just like de-emphasize the value of this. You can like, this is what I was talking when I was this is what I meant when I was talking about like simplifying reality and like just like improving. I don't know, it's like a dumb word to say, but it's like we're kind of making all of these decisions based on like the information that we want to convey. So for example, like I'm choosing my focal point as this eye, right? Not this. So I want this to be less contrasty than the eye. I want the biggest point of contrast to be around here. Yeah. So that's kind of it.
Okay. Gotcha. Makes sense.
Yep. So one small thing, one technique that I want to showcase is visual measuring. And this is kind of the only like trick, like quote unquote, we're going to be doing. And that's like, I don't really use it. I've never really used it, but I think it's like important enough to talk about. So let me remove this real quick. So you may have seen people do this, where they outstretch their arm completely and they hold their pencil either straight vertically or horizontally. And why do they do that? That there's actually a reason. So if you look at this camera or like any object, so this is our hand, and the reason why we want to hold it like either straight vertically or horizontally is because like it just gives us like a nice reference point, like for what we're about to see next. So you can do two things with this. The first one is really simple, and it's for measuring angles, right? So this is just a way easier kind of understanding of how to measure angles. So for example, if I hold the pencil like this and I know it's vertical, and so like so is the edge of my like the paper that I'm drawing, for example, right? I will be like, okay, so this is the angle that I'm looking for. And you're going to be like, oh, that's just a better visual reference than just kind of like having nothing. But you can...
It's giving you something to work off of instead of just your brain.
Yeah, so you can do that. You can, you know, if it's more comfortable, you can be like, okay, maybe if I turn it like horizontally, you're like, okay, this is like a, I don't know, 20-degree angle, 15. It's just like a good... It just gives you something to work off of.
Yeah, instead of just looking at it being like 45.
Yeah, exactly. But that's like not necessary. It's just a thing you can use if you kind of get lost. And one big thing that you can use it for is, I always have an issue with proportions, and I never use this thing, and I think these are connected. So like you can use visual measuring for anything. Let me show you how to do it. So let's say I want to draw this thing, yeah, and how would I go about measuring, like how would I go about like what the proportions of this are? So let's say I draw a line on my page, right? I draw a line like this. So this is the end, this is the start, or whatever. And that's going to be the side of this. Hold on, sorry. There we go. Okay.
Take your time.
Yep.
I'm holding my fucking pencil up to my screen like, yes.
Okay.
I see.
And so now, you what you do is you move your thumb like so that you mark like this and this, right? So this is the line that I drew, for example, right? You can pick any line. But let's say like I want to see how wide this is, or like how tall this is, sorry, right? So, and now I have like a point of reference because like I moved my thumb to one end and the end of the pencil is the other one, right? So I have like a measurement of one thing, of one unit, and it's like dynamic, the measurement of that unit. So you keep it like that, and then you're like, okay, now I'm gonna rotate it, and then I'm gonna see. So it's like it goes like this once, right? And then you just kind of move it again, and it goes like almost twice, but not quite. So this is like twice, but it goes like up until here. So now we realize that the width of this object, let's say it's like two times the length of it, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So
Okay. All right. I got you.
so you can use these measurements like however much you want. So okay, now because I know that this thing is like these proportions, these relationships are like it doesn't matter how big the line you're making is, right? So it doesn't have to be like up to scale. So I just know that the width of this is like two lengths of this. So and I let's say my length is like this. So two widths would be like something like that, right? And so now you kind of have like a rough understanding of, you know, how big the object you're trying to make is. You can set like for example, like for human figures, like a lot of people used to reference the head. So like how tall the figure is, right? They will like scale like how big the head is. That's not exactly like what's happening in the picture, but you kind of get the idea. And then so you measure like this side, like the head, and then you kind of like lay in the other heads, and then you figure out how tall the figure is relative to the head. So it's all relative, and that's why it's so useful, is because
Oh, it's just music again. Everything's relative.
kinda
Okay, all right.
the
Well, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
so the cool thing about it is because these are relative and not like just how they are, like it doesn't matter the scale that you're drawing this is, right? So you can take this and like draw it on top of like a billboard, and these this scale, or like this kind of relationship between these is going to be the same. For example, like another one is, so I want to see how tall this is relative to like this circle here. So it's like I set the end here, and then the start like with the thumb, like let's say here. So this is the kind of length of this circle, right? And then I move it up, and it pretty much lines up with this one. It pretty much lines up with the top of the camera, right? So that's like another kind of another thing for you to kind of reference as well as you're drawing. So this is just like it's a trick that I don't really use, so sorry if like the way I'm explaining it is not the best.
I'm going to tell you right now, there was like 7 different people in chat who are like, I get it. This is so much better than school.
Okay, yeah, well that's good, yeah.
So don't sweat it. Don't sweat it.
Yeah, so pretty
You're doing
much
great.
like we're just like we're coming up with our own units, right? This is not like, oh, this is like 1 centimeter wide or whatever, and so you can only draw it in one scale, like of 1 centimeter. Your picture is always going to be like this, right? We're taking this This is like just a technique to help you get like your proportions right. And because it's so dynamic, like it's up to you like what you want to measure with this, but yeah, it is a pretty useful tool. So okay, moving on.
Resetting his thumb, the finger, everything.
Yeah.
That was so fucking cute, by the way, how it like slid up and down the pencil. I love that.
Yeah, I wanted to, because a picture is not always like a best, the best.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. If
showcasing.
I was just shown the picture, it wouldn't have clicked. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. So okay. Next up, we're going to be talking about simplification again, and
Yeah.
so once again, I've already shown this a little bit with the eye, but so when like if I tell you to draw this like bust of a sculpture, like chances are you're looking at it like this, right? And you're like, holy shit! Like if I try to draw this, it's gonna be like this and like that. You're seeing all of these like small little lines, small little details, right, that you can see here. But what I want, like, this is the number one priority as you're doing these observational drawings, is to see, instead of this, you should be seeing this. Okay, so you need to be able to reduce what you're seeing to its absolute basics. Okay, does this make sense?
Yes, yes. I got this. I got this.
So we're simplifying these complicated areas with lots of details to its like absolute basics. The more basic you can get, the better, right? And we're doing this with either straight lines or C curves, or like maybe like S curves somewhere. This is kind of shape goes. And this is kind of how we're seeing this. We're seeing this as shapes. So, because it's way easier to first to draw this and say, yeah, okay, this looks somewhat okay. And then you can just go back and you can just start adding all the small details like after you've done like the big picture idea, right? Whew. Okay, so this is like the number one goal of observational drawing. And let me show you one method that you can use on how to draw this. I will be showcasing two methods of just drawing what you see. And you know, with these methods, the final result is obviously trying to like replicate what we're looking at. So obviously like we're trying to reach the same goal with the same with different techniques. Okay, so this is just one. So the first one is called linear block in, and let me show you real quick how this works. So you're just seeing this object, and you want to once again like reduce it to its absolute basics, and you're only going to be using lines for this. And you can like, I don't know if I can explain it properly, but I think this is like intuitive enough to where you understand how this works, right? So let me just do it. Like you can actually like do it on top of the thing you're drawing if you're just starting out. But we're just gonna be doing like this, right? So we're kind of developing this envelope for the form, right? So we're focusing on just the bigger picture. So I'm just looking at these angles, and this is why the trick I showed you with the pencil, like it may help you like just kind of look at these angles and just observe them correctly. I just kind of do it like because I have like, I don't know, my eye is trained enough to where I'm able to see these lines. So or like see angles like better, I guess. Okay, and so does this make sense so far?
Yeah. It's giving you it's like it's giving you something to chip down in order to get into your
Absolutely.
piece.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So this is like going from big to small,
Lewis.
going from simple to complex. That's like the bread and butter of everything we're going to be doing. So, and from here, you can just start chipping down. As you've said, it's like a good way of talking about it. Like, because this whole angle, like I've got it down here. So now I can just focus on the smaller ones. I can just do this and I see that the brow line goes like inside. Maybe like maybe this line like doesn't cover the nose. So I'll be like, okay, so the nose kind of goes like that, right? And then the mouth, I'll keep it as is for now. And you could just start erasing like these lines, right? The hair kind of goes like that, right? And then the ear is gonna be like somewhere around here. I'm just like, just looking at things, not worrying about details. I'm just putting out like the most basic lines ever. And then like, let's say I can see that my ear is like longer than the how the ear is, and I can actually like leave it as is. That like that's my like artistic license, right? But if you want to be like accurate, there's nothing wrong with just like, okay, like we're just gonna like shave that off a little bit, and like so you don't need to be like Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Like you just erase that. So it's all about getting in this like state where you're adding and subtracting slowly. It's just it's a very like methodical kind of thing. We're just
Because Control Z takes away control from you, and you have less to work with than if you just would erase it.
Yeah, so
and build around it.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
So because like let's say you're making like this angle, and you're like, well, actually this angle is going to be like this, instead of like you can use the wrong one as a reference to how like the correct one should look like, and you can just erase it. It's like whatever, as long as like you're kind of in the flow, that's all that matters. And you can just kind of just keep adding detail. Like honestly, the big picture stuff is like pretty much like done here, and I'm just focused on the details. So like the nose, right?
I see. Okay, that's fucking awesome. That's super dope.
So you can,
that makes a lot of sense.
Bam. You can like go using the silhouette, but or you can just like go wherever here. Like it doesn't matter. Like whichever you find like
free country, knock yourself out.
Yeah. So bam, and here, like I've made his oh my god, what is this part of the face called? I'm stupid.
Chin.
Yeah, I've made this chin like a little bit short. So I could just erase that, and then I can be like, okay, I can just make it. I can make it like that or whatever. Right? These straight lines, you can just convert them later to like curves. But yeah, so this is kind of what we're doing with all of this, you know. This is just
and this would be considered a study if in terms of like art improvement.
Yeah, anything you're kind of drawing, if you're drawing from this, or like anything you're doing to learn, that's called a study. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
So.
I'm sorry, I just needed to say that to prove one own over someone who hates doing studies but wants to learn. So yeah. Thank you. You helped me win an argument in my head.
You know, studies are cool because like one of the reasons that I love doing studies is because they give you, like, you don't need to think about what you're gonna draw. You're just drawing what's in front of you. Like that's the problem I have the most with doing art, is like I don't know what to draw. I'm like I don't know. I don't feel like drawing anything. And with doing studies, it just gives you something to draw. It's like and like there's way less stress about it because it gives you like the final result is in front of you, so you're like, okay, like I've screwed up, right? And it's like, oh, that's not what it looks like here. So let me just like erase that and draw it properly, right? It just gives you like the final image. So a lot of like the burden of stress is like relieved, if that makes sense. So yeah, so a lot of this is like, you know, extra detail and whatnot. So I don't see any reason in showcasing more.
Breaking into it.
Yeah. So this hopefully makes sense to people on how this works, right?
Yeah.
So this is like the
Oh,
linear block-in type method, and it works well with very either very static or mechanical things, right? So something like if you think of a tank or something like that, that's like a blocky shape. So, and it's very static, it's not dynamic at all. So it's like it's on this end of the spectrum. And on the other end of the spectrum, like this is the scale is like for the subject matter that we're drawing. So something mechanical and static, like I would say that this is organic obviously because like it's a human face, but still it's like a static image because it's just like so kind of flat, right? It's just like almost a side view, like profile view of the sculpture, right? So it's like it is pretty static. I can use linear block in, and the second one is called gesture drawing. Now you may have heard the name come up
I've
before.
heard of this.
Yeah.
As something spoken in hushed whispers.
Mm-hmm. So gesture is like a big thing, and it's like pretty much the opposite of linear blocking. So it's like it's very dynamic and it's very smooth, right? So instead of using like these straight lines and angles, we're gonna be using curves a lot. So C curves, S curves, straight lines are okay as well. For example, there's a great book by, it's actually a series of books by Michael Mattesi, Mattesi, that's his surname. It's called Force Drawing, and it has a lot of like really good kind of principles on how to approach gesture drawing and how to make things look dynamic. One example is this is kind of like shape language territory, so not necessarily what I'm covering here, but for example, like if you draw like a curve, right? You ideally you want to draw like a straight line as an opposite, or maybe like two straight lines, right? So for example, if you like see a torso bending, so it goes like from here to here, right? There's like a curve here, but then there's a break here, right? And that just adds to the dynamism of all of that. So the simplest way is like if you want to make things look dynamic, is you want to either have straight lines against curves, right? Because that gives the shape like direction, right? It just goes that way, right? Because if you're like if you've ever seen like a drawing made by like a child where they're trying to draw like a muscular guy, they're drawing muscles like this, right?
Well, let's not say like child, because
Yeah.
there may be some like some people who are a bit older than that.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what I mean. So this is like
Yeah.
the Michelin Man like kind of thing, right? But in actuality, like our bodies just kind of have this like natural curve of like going like this like rhythm. So we want to almost, this is, I think in his book he calls it like a ski track for like slalom, right? So it's kind of it's going in this like zigzag almost, except out of curves, and you can just put in like straight lines like where you want them to be, right? So that just makes it more dynamic, and just flows really well. But flow is kind of is thus like very hard to grasp very easy to kind of like understand like what is like a gestural drawing, but it's kind of hard to do yourself. So I suggest you look how like master artists do that. So without further complications, let's start doing this. So you may see that this, like if I tell you how to draw this, you're gonna be like, this is like way too complicated, there's no way I'm drawing this, right? Is that what you're thinking right now?
Yes. I'm trying to remember how I like to build out anatomy, and I'm fumbling. I'm like, okay, hip,
Yeah,
chest.
yeah.
Uh,
So not only does this have like an extreme like angle, it's got like crazy foreshortening, it's very dynamic, and there's like a lot of details. Like once again, like you may be thinking about like anatomy, and like I'm here to tell you that you don't need to worry about any of that. So you're seeing this as like this two-dimensional shape, right?
mhm.
So we're gonna
Yes.
start like kind of drawing the kind of gesture of it. So was there something you want to
Mar
say?
was like, seems like Mar in chat is a wonderful artist. They're someone I've worked with on a whole bunch of projects. And they're like, this seems like a fun pose to practice. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure, if you understand what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, so
So I'm show me how this works.
yeah, so this is like if I were to do like a gesture drawing of this. So obviously like there are so many different ways of like approaching drawing that, like, you know, you can't actually draw this as with like a linear block in, but it's gonna be like such a pain to do these, right? It's like, because this is like, I don't know, this is like a very complex dynamic form, so we're gonna be using gesture. So the first thing that I pay attention is like the biggest curve that I can see, and it's called the line of action. But just like you can see that it kind of goes like this, maybe it goes like that. It's like all subjective, you know, it's not it's how you
But
kind of
defining
perceive
it
it.
for you as
Yeah.
like the artist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I could see, because it goes from like his head down to his knee, which is at the lowest point, but also his hand is in the space, and that's such like a primary part of the action.
yeah, it's just the longest curve that I can describe this like form, or like this shape with, rather. So I see that curve, I'm like, okay, there's the curve, right?
Activated like the sleeper agent code in like every single artist in the chat. They're like, ah, line of action, line of action.
Yeah. So, and then I see more lines that they're kind of going like this, right? And so I can just erase them a little bit and keep them as my guidelines. And then one thing that I kind of like doing is I just draw circles for like when I indicate mass. So instead of like drawing a line here, I just draw like this rough, like, okay, like there's going to be a knee here and it's going to be like this wide. This is just like a personal thing I do with this, but yeah. So you can see that from here it kind of goes like that, and again it goes like this, and you can see that this is just kind of like, this is how it's forming, right? This whole shape.
Yeah. I can already see the idea of the pose forming together.
And I'm using a lot of like
How
these. Yep.
how you would bring it together is something I don't understand yet, but that's what you're gonna show me. So I'm locked in.
Okay, so this is like, you can draw as many of these as you want. So it's like whatever. And then obviously the head, right? So the head just follows the curve. Okay. So honestly, this is kind of it. Because everything else is like, well, okay, I kind of
Major.
I see that this is the elbow, right? So I'm gonna be like, this is where the elbow is, and so I'm gonna be like, this is kind of where the chest is, this is where the elbow, and what, like, connecting them is a curve. So I'll just connect it with a curve. Then there's like another line here that looks like this. So I'm just gonna do that. Right? I see a curve describing this form, so that's like a key kind of landmark that I choose to kind of help me with it, right? So it's like kind of goes like this, right? Sometimes, so there would be like a shoulder here, right? The arm just kind of goes like outward, and then like this is the general kind of shape of it, right? So it just kind of curves back in, and then, you know, I have this line already for this, right? And so for here, I see like these two simple curves, like maybe a curve and a straight line, right? And then, right, so it goes like that. And if this is like this does look like a flat 2D shape, but I'm seeing curves here as well. That's so I can just like use curves to kind of give a little bit more depth to this, right? What else is there? Yeah, so then there's like this part. Right. It's just all like I'm just like, the more marks I'm putting down, the easier it is
Mm-hmm.
to
You're just helping to define it for you when you start
yeah. So
drawing.
like when I said like this is pretty much it, like those are all of the small things that, or rather that's like the big picture, because like I've pretty much solved the picture,
drawing.
the picture there, and now I'm just like filling in the kind of gaps here, and if I'm like missing something, I can just kind of
I'm mostly distracted at how fucking shredded this guy is.
yep.
God damn. But yeah, so line of action is and gestural drawing is just trying to find all of the necessary points to define a pose.
It's just using curves to describe action, like describe like something dynamic, right? Because well, I don't have a picture of a flower, right? But like you could say like flowers are pretty dynamic, right? You can say like, right? And then, you know, what I don't know what flowers look like, but you know, they make these like gestural shapes and stuff like that. And you can apply this to like so many things. So you could technically apply it to this as well, but you know, I don't know. I think faces are just so exact that you kind of it would be difficult to do that, probably. Just drawing with a face, I don't know about that. Yeah, so you know, for example, like I see this curve here, and it's just kind of, I copy that curve, and it's giving me an idea for how long or like how wide this arm is. And so I can just make these like curves and lines, and you know, this can just go on forever. And eventually I think we hit something. This is like a thing I've done like before it, pretty
In
much
advance.
that, or like, oh yeah. So eventually you just kind of hit something like this, and as you can see, this isn't using any like anatomy knowledge at all. Like I'm just kind of copying. We're going from these basics, and you can even like start to exaggerate these lines, right? And you could just kind of like, you could start like going like super crazy with these, right? That's kind of
Just
the
making
point.
some insane shit.
Yeah, so you can modify that, and that's the next kind of topic that I would like to discuss, is that you don't have to take these like one to one. So you can push the gesture here. So for example, like I don't know which one to pick. Let's say this one, right? So like you can accentuate the curve, and you can make it like
Oh my goodness
even
gracious.
even more extreme, right? Like this looks crazy,
Mhm.
but like it's showing you
It works.
yeah, so it's just like showing like what you can do. Like you can push things further, like just because you're seeing a thing, and you don't necessarily have to like replicate it one to one, unless you want to. So you can modify that. And for example, for the linear block in, you can say, okay, so like I'm just like free hand drawing. This is not like obviously like okay, if you want to be like really technical about it, okay, like this is a linear block and we're using lines. So let's make this guy's like um forehead like this, right? And then the rest of his like head, the rest of his face will go like this, right? So his nose will be like that, right? This is how caricature works as well, right? They're taking existing like it is observational drawing. They're copying reality, but you know, you can like just because you're drawing something you see doesn't mean it has to be exactly the same, right?
Mhm.
So
I'm
let's
learning the
see.
rules so that you can break them.
Well, yeah, you can
Well,
just
like,
you can
yeah.
modify that, but so like this may be like simple, or this may sound simple, and I hope it's like, well duh, like yeah, you could do that, but like if you like kind of pay attention, now we're actually not drawing exactly what we're seeing. We're drawing like something that doesn't actually exist. It's based on reality, sure, all right, but like you can purposefully modify all of that, and now suddenly you have like a caricature of this guy. He looks so silly.
He looks like he looks like Mr. Boss from Smiling Friends. Here, Jericho, it's a
Yeah,
little version of me.
yeah.
I want you to have it.
Yeah, and like this is already kind of the showcasing the power that we have of just modifying reality, you know. But then we want to keep some things lined up. So for example, like for the ear, it's gonna be somewhere around here, right? And we'll erase these lines. Keep the brow. But yeah, so like with one simple like kind of understanding of how you can go about this, you can just start like radically changing the proportions of the things that you're drawing.
Hmm.
And this is like one step towards like modifying reality, and just like drawing what you're not actually seeing. It's just kind of, it's like your own interpretation, and you can just play so much with these things. You can say like, okay, maybe we'll want to make his like eyes like bigger or whatever. It's like you can change anything about it essentially.
Hmm.
Right.
And these fundamental skills allow you to just start drawing from your mind, pretty much, and being able to imagine like if this was real, it'd look like this, and then being able to take that and put it to page.
Well, that's where we're going to be talking about next, but yeah, so you can kind of like the proportions, you can like play around like however you want. Like you can make things as long as you want, as wide as you want. It's like the world is
Holy
your oyster.
shit, Guile from fucking Street Fighter.
Yeah, and like you know, you could just like get like some ideas out of this. You can just keep on drawing, and maybe eventually it just like becomes something that this isn't like it's not even related to this, right? So it's like
Yeah,
you
but
you,
we
you
we
push it
had
further,
something
yeah.
to get us started
Yeah,
and being
exactly.
able to run in our own direction to
Let
the
me
point
get,
where
yeah.
this is me when I fucking get you.
Let me get rid of this monstrosity. Okay, so to sum it up, observational drawing is about learning what you're seeing, and you can actually slightly you can just like modify what you're seeing, but the two variants or like two examples of how you can approach this is either gestural drawing or linear blocking, and they're kind of in between. And like that doesn't mean they're like mutually exclusive. So like you can start with like a quick gesture, right, of like something, and then you can just like start carving out more like lines or whatever. It's like it's not like they're mutually exclusive. It's just like whatever it is you feel like suits the subject matter, right? So hopefully like you can use these like as their own kind of techniques, but like eventually it will all just become like a blur, well, where you just do these things and you don't really think about it. So like when you want to have like something more dynamic, you just start adding curves, and you get the idea. If you need to copy the outer shape, you just like you break into your toolbox, and you kind of try using these different tools if something doesn't work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Oh, this is so much.
okay,
You
well,
warned me about this. You
yeah.
did warn me about this. Whew.
Um,
All right.
one small thing. So as a finale to this observational drawing thing, um, the reason why your drawings will look bad is because even though you may understand how this works, the technique, like if you're starting out, or if you haven't practiced this at all, like these will be once again like pretty low, and it's gonna be like a long time for them to climb up, but eventually you may not even notice this, but like you if you do this for like a month, and then you like day by day, you will be like, I'm not getting any better at this. But then at the end of the month, you see like what you drew on your first day, and you'll instantly see the improvement. So it's like just this very slow growth. So just kind of be prepared for these drawings. Even though you're copying like what's in front of you, they will still look off because your body is like not exactly trained to draw lines like how you want them to be, and then maybe your observational skills aren't so developed that you're seeing the correct angles. But it's all a matter of practice and just kind of doing it over and over again. Oh yeah, so that's it for observational drawing, and then we have like the big finale ahead of us. So this is a good time for a small break.
Yeah, I think we're the next section is the final one, correct?
Yes.
Oh, I know you warned me this was
Yeah.
gonna be dense. I was not properly prepared.
Well,
Oh
yeah.
my gosh.
All I can say is I warned you.
You did warn me. You did warn me. I feel I did not properly warn everyone else. I will knuckle through. I'm gonna be okay. We're gonna take a quick minute. We got ads in about 2 minutes.
Damn.
So when those hit, we're gonna keep chilling for a minute. I've
Mm-hmm.
got another hour and a half before I've got to end stream because
Yeah.
that's when my internet goes out.
Oh my god.
Because my internet goes, it's the stupidest thing ever. My internet goes out in 8-hour shifts at 8:33, 4:33, and 12:33. and it does this every day, and every once in a while the time changes.
Oh my god.
I don't know why, but it always happens in 8-hour shifts.
That's insane.
That's been happening. It just doesn't happen during stream time. So if I stream until like 12:30 a.m. my time, PST, it'll happen.
Okay, so we have like 1.5 hours, right?
1.5 hours.
Yeah, this is like enough.
Yeah, it's like, hey, go outside, take a lap, buddy, and it smacks me on the ass and kicks me out.
Yeah, you can
when that
check
happens,
this.
I usually just wait though, because it only takes like, it's only out for like 30 seconds, 36 seconds to like a minute.
Okay, that's not
but
that
it's
bad,
long enough to fuck over a stream, and it splits the VOD. I hate it.
That sucks.
I hate it, so that's why I try to avoid it. But how's everybody doing today? Like, how are we doing so far with this? I know this is a lot of information. I feel like we're all learning quite a bit. I understand for a lot of people this might be a bit overwhelming, but just listening through is going to help out a lot, because this is all going to compound on itself. And yeah, I'm going to watch the VOD again, which means I have to deal with my own voice, which is like normal. I voice act, so I have to deal with my own voice all the time. Voice actor and musician, I got to deal with that. But like there's a lot of really, really awesome information that you're telling us here. I really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I don't know, I hope so, but the viewer count definitely dropped since the start of the stream.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't look at the viewer count. Fuck it, dude.
I don't see my own viewer count. I only see yours in the sidebar of the follower list, but I'm like, oh.
Well, I would like to remind you, we still have like how many fucking people right now? Like 60? That's a lot.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. It's really it's appreciated.
A lot of people, I know the time's like early. I know it's 12 p.m. on a Sunday. So like if there's any time people are going to be free, it's probably now, but people also have shit to do. I'm doing this instead of doing my acting work.
Oh shit.
It's fine. I only have a monologue for a grade on Tuesday.
I see. Well, this
what could possibly go wrong?
this next part is going to be like the kind of big banger,
the finale,
to end it.
The penultimate one. This is the one you guys aren't going to want to miss. I do appreciate everyone sticking through and hanging out.
I'm not seeing I don't have like Panda's chat open, but can anyone actually say like if any of what I said like actually helped them understand anything?
To quote Shappity, genuinely life-changing.
Nice. Okay, well, yeah. I'm happy about that.
Your instruction is appreciated. Peacefully absorbing the info. My brain is becoming quite saturated. It's very, very the application isn't something that's going to happen instantly. He's made that very, very clear. This is the fundamentals for you to be able to have the tools to make fucking anything. So he's teaching you, like, when he says art fundamentals, this is what you'd learn in like an entire semester at college. 10 million cats for Jericho.
I don't know about that. I've never went to any art education.
As someone who has experienced art education,
oh, shit.
Trust me.
You're officially more educated than I am on 2D. You should be teaching me.
Whoa. It's all of the performing arts and visual arts sort of follow the same general idea when it comes to fundamentals to get you started, to set you up with the tools. And you, without being in college, did that. Yeah. Again, don't thank me. I'm not an artist. I'm just the one that managed to convince him to do this.
Well,
I'm a fucking musician. You want to learn about music? Come to me another time, all right?
Hey, maybe we should do that, because I know nothing about music.
There's a lot of stuff that transfers over. There's a lot of stuff that transfers over. But unless you want to learn a bunch of shit that not a lot of people know about, like what the fuck a brev is, just don't sweat it.
We'll discuss it later, but yeah. But yeah, you can see why I was like, maybe it's not the best if we have people try to draw at the same time.
Yeah, having like drawing sections and stuff. We'll save that for like an art study hall. That's something that my friend Jinko does.
Sure.
He does art studies with his chat where he will do it alongside the people in chat.
Mm-hmm.
And they all draw the same thing, and then they post it, and they give critique to each other. They critique him, he critiques them. That would be more useful for something more focused on, like, let's say, like design or shape language or shading or something like that, where we can like all choose like a specific thing and be like, okay, we're gonna do that, come back, and we're all gonna learn through the act. This is lecture.
Yeah, it's
Music
fucking
learning would be awesome. Maybe
boring.
another. It's not boring. I'm having a great time.
Okay.
I fucking love learning, dude.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well,
Um,
if you're ready, we can start on the next one.
Ads are going right now,
Oh
so
my
I'm gonna wait
God.
until ads end. Ads weren't going, but ads are going right now. They're about halfway done. So not that much longer. I know for some people ads ended because different places have different ad regulations. Some people have ad block. Shoutouts if you do. My shit sure as fuck does not work on Twitch. So yeah.
It's bleak.
Yeah, I will never forget. This is something that was just mentioned in chat. I was playing web fishing on stream, and I looked up the tab for how to play a song on guitar because I can read tab. I can read sheet music,
Mm-hmm.
and I taught someone how to play a song on the web fishing guitar. And for the rest of stream, I would just hear him in the distance playing the Outer Wilds Traveler on guitar, and he used that to teach himself. So don't undervalue the usefulness of teaching people like the basics, because they will run with that shit. I have a feeling there's some wonderfully talented people. There's been some names I recognize. There's some people I recognize because not because of their work, but because they commissioned my friend Sugarflow for artwork. And whenever I see their profile picture on Twitter, I'm like, I know what you are.
Damn. Yeah, they
All
they
right.
do have a
No.
recognizable art style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Yuki rocks. They haven't swung by in a while because they're very, very busy. But whenever I see them, it's a treat. I hope they're doing well. I don't want to
Mm-hmm.
bug them and be like, "Hey, bestie," tucks hair behind ear. But yeah, ads are over. So, do you want to
Yippee.
get into the final bit?
Yeah.
You wanna crack down?
Yeah. So this is
Knuckle in?
absolutely, but this is my like least prepared one, so I'm gonna be winging a lot of this, but let's
Fuck yeah!
let's
That's what we
see.
like to see.
So ideally, I would like let you go with all of this knowledge, even after I've talked about like physical movement and like drawing from like drawing ellipses and lines and stuff like that. That's a good time for like a break, and then observational drawing, like you can spend like months drawing like this. It will be like really good practice, but you know, because of the way that this like whole stream is structured, here's the next big thing. So we've been drawing what we see so far, but the issue
Oh
is
no.
if I take away um if I take away your reference, right? It's like how am I gonna draw this? How? There's like no way, right? Unless, okay, the only reason, like the only way you're gonna be drawing this is if you've copied that like a million times, right? And it's just in your memory, this specific pose, you can just kind of like draw it from memory, right? But that's not what we're gonna do. So if I take away your reference, you know, we need to learn how to draw from our imagination, and this is a big topic.
Mm-hmm.
So before, when we talked about all of this, you know, we talked about seeing things as these 2D shapes, and this is like the number one key like kind of phrase, or like the key words that I want you to like differentiate between. It's shape and form. Okay, so before, like, I assume, like, I think Panda's like the when he's drawing something, like he looks at this, he sees this, okay, like
Mm.
And that's how observational drawing works. There's nothing wrong with that. We're training our eye to see these shapes. And what is form? What is like 3D in a way? So if this is a shape, then this is the form. Okay? This is a form. This is a form.
Oh,
This is a form.
okay. I get it. All right.
Bro
Okay.
gets
It's
it.
just it's the yeah, bro gets it.
See,
Wow.
this is what I've been talking about. Like of these kind of things being subconsciously like in our heads. Like we just kind of have that. We just get this. We get the understanding of how this works. So now, instead of like breaking things down into simple like shapes, like this is just a flat shape, right? It's just completely flat. It's like that's a shape.
Mhm.
But if I like, let's say, extrude it, right? It becomes form, right? And this is kind of what three-dimensionality is, right? It's like we can reduce these lines. So I mean, technically, okay, technically, this is still a shape, right? Because we're drawing on a flat piece of paper, right? At the end of the day, we're still putting down shapes, but I want you to think of all of this as form, right? So now, like, when you're drawing this, like, I don't want you to be thinking of this as like a flat shape, right? And I want you to be thinking of this as this like three-dimensional object, right? So like, what does 3D mean? If we're drawing like in 2D, we're drawing like x-axis, y-axis, right? And so like we're drawing a cube or like a square. And with 3D, you know, we have depth. So we have the z-axis, right? And so this line, it goes like that, right? So to convey depth, like we're just kind of we're having like this third dimension that we're drawing in, okay? And so this helps us convey depth. And that's if you're struggling with your drawings being flat. And I can assure you that when you're doing observational drawing, if you kind of have that mindset of these shapes, like your drawings will look bad, but you're still getting better. Like, don't worry. But it's like if you feel like your drawings look flat, this is the reason, is because you're not like thinking, like you're not applying like form kind of properly, or you're not maybe thinking as much about form as you need to be. So how do we kind of approach form like free form, you know? We make a shape, right? Let's say this is our shape. It's just a flat thing. And then we just extrude it. Like, let's say we want to extrude it up, right? So we put lines up, and then we just mimic these, we make these parallel lines, right? And this gives us form, right? So form is like it's like if you think about 3D software, this is like a really good like point to compare it to. Like, you're in that, like, you have like, you connect points, right? They make lines, and then like you can extrude that, and that like builds form essentially. Now, what I've said, and this is like a great thing that we talked about it before, is like these being parallel is like not very good, but we'll talk about it later. For now, like, just treat it as parallel. because everyone is really scared of this word. So we're gonna touch it last. We're not gonna.
I know so many fucking artists who fucking flinched when perspective showed up on screen.
We're not gonna. We're gonna leave it for last. So, but you know, perspective is not evil.
Yeah, they're screaming. Yeah, they're screaming in chat.
Okay, so now we're gonna look at this picture of a toaster.
Holy shit.
Insane. And so mechanically before, let's say you were doing like
I can't get over that transition. We're terrified of perspective. Now a toaster.
Yeah. Toasters are simple. Or maybe they look complex to some, but you know, so beforehand, like we would, if this is a observational drawing, we would be like, okay, like we gotta copy all of these, like this is like one shape, right? However, and this might be like even more intuitive to other people, like we can just put this in a box, okay? Right, so does this make sense?
Yeah. We're breaking it into its most basic shape, which is a square.
No, that's the big one. Yes, we're breaking it into form.
Sorry.
Yeah, so like
my bad. I remember it. I just shuddered because my teacher for my music class would do the same if I said beat instead of rhythm.
it's like the reason why I'm putting so much emphasis is like I want people to develop like these neuron connections. So like when it's like a Pavlovian response where it's like, oh, form, it's like, oh shit, like instead of a circle, it's like a sphere, right? I can understand that. And so
shapes are flat, forms are three-dimensional.
Yes.
Shapes have depth if you want to be more specific with your wording.
Yeah.
Or forms have depth. Fuck.
Depth.
Thank you.
Yes. So so
sorry, English is my first language.
Yeah, it's okay. So for example, like if you even if you're drawing a squiggle, like this is like kind of what I would say, like, okay, so this is a like just random shapes. Well, okay, like maybe this is a okay, so this is like a stupid squiggle, right? And like to kind of practice this isn't like drawing cubes, but you could just start drawing like this like kind of cross contour like line that just kind of like, so that you understand how it kind of this form goes, right? You could just kind of invent form. Like if you draw a sphere, right, you're not drawing a circle, you're drawing a sphere. So with a sphere, you're like, okay, so this would be the kind of like cross contour of it, right? This would be the other one, right? So it's like you draw through form, and like kind of feeling form is like this concept that's kind of hard to explain. But if you see I think their name is Glenn Vilpu. He's a fantastic figure drawing artist, and he does these things where he goes like back and forth. He's drawing like, let's say, an arm, right? And there's like he's just doing that, like kind of he's
my friend Mug does that.
Yeah, so you're trying to kind of like,
it's insane.
You're almost like it's almost not for the viewer, but for your own brain as you're drawing this. You're like, okay, like I want to understand like how this goes, right? Like this is the kind of key logic behind it.
Another technique I see for it is the mummy wrap one, where they do the circles on to sort of like wrap around and define the 3D curvature of like something.
You mean like the spiral thing, like this?
Or kinda. It's similar. I don't know how exactly to describe it. It was what Coffin taught me on that one stream. I think it's more of a it's very niche. But yeah, it's sort of like the spiral.
Yeah, so like the if you don't feel like drawing cubes, you can just draw like I don't know what, like let's say I've been drawing like these squiggles like that, right? You can maybe draw like this shape, and you're like you can just try to invent kind of like what it looks like, what this form kind of looks like on the inside, right? And just kind of helps you see things three-dimensionally. Is just, having this thick outline for the object, and then inside having these like light thin lines that just kind of wrap around this form, right? And so the kind of principle that if you're using it for blocky shapes, so let's for example like start drawing this with I don't know if I should start drawing the toaster already, but have I explained everything? Well, okay. Yep.
Oh,
Go
no,
ahead.
no. I was like, I think.
Yeah.
But if you think you got one more, hit me.
So we're like pretty much going to be describing all of these forms as like there's like sphere, cylinder, prism, or like a cube or whatever. But these like cone and these pyramids, like they're not really, I don't know, like you can use them, but it's like whatever. You can break down like pretty much anything with these three. And then even then, like, what is a pyramid? It's like a square, right? But instead of connecting to 4 points up top, it's just connected to like 1 point from here, right? So it's essentially like using the same shape to build like a different form, right? For example, like as we're talking about like projecting these planes, you can be like, okay, so these are the 4 points, right? And so I want to maybe is this a good angle to showcase it? Yeah, okay, so this is a better one. So I want this form to like twist. You don't have to project it like in a straight line as well. You can, first of all, like you could just put these dots like anywhere, right? And then like you can just connect these dots like to each other, right? And now this form is like bending, okay? Then like you can put these vertices like this, so you can set this end point like that, right? So these are the dots, and you're like, okay, well I actually want to connect these like that, right? This is a bit janky, but yeah. So you kind of get the idea. So it's like this form is like twisting now, right? So, and you can kind of like tone down the lines on the inside. And
I think there was like a collective understanding in chat because people are just like, "What the fuck? Holy shit!"
What the fuck? Yeah, this is like pretty much the kind of mind-blowing like element, and it's like this is like fundamentally changes how you see things as an artist. So this is the big one. This is how we're like drawing things. Yeah. So yeah, like essentially like if you're not comfortable drawing like cylinders or cubes, you can just think of these as like projected ellipses and projected like rectangles, like, and this is what we've been doing like since here, right? We're just doing an ellipse, and we're just like putting some lines, and we're just like putting another ellipse. And then for example, like if we draw the ellipses first like this, we can just connect the end points like that, and now we kind of have this like tube shape almost, right? So
Oh my lord.
yeah. So
it makes sense, but holy shit.
so to make this easier, let's try drawing this, right? So this
The
will be,
toaster.
yeah, and I encourage you to kind of look at household objects or whatever, like something pretty similar, but like breaking things down once again, like this principle of simplification is the same. First of all, we simplified like lines into like CSI. In observation, we simplify shape to its basics, and then we build off of that. And now in 3D, so first of all, like, okay, like if you're still like not kind of getting it, like I can see that these lines are like, this is like a big line, and these are all like parallel, right? So it's like, for me, it forms like okay, I start with this line, right, and then I see these points, they connect, or there's like a line here, so I make a line like that, right? And then the kind of it's just like I already don't need the picture, right? I could just keep on drawing this, right? Because like I don't see this part. I don't see these lines, but I can just assume that this is how it goes, right? Because this is a kind of like cube shape. In my mind, this, like, I'm putting like a cube around it. And if you've ever seen like 3D modeling software, there will always be like a projected cube around any object that you select, right? I think that's how it works.
That is true. Yes, yes, yes.
So so it's like
yes.
this bounding
on that.
box. It like try to have these bounding boxes around stuff, right? So, and then we go up, right? And we follow along with these lines, right? So these points, right? I'm trying to make, so you can see that all of these lines, they're parallel, right? And then these lines, they're all parallel. So this is what I'm using as like reference for how I'm drawing the next line, right? So don't, like, this does look janky, but this doesn't matter. Like, as long as you feel the form and it's like rough, it's like whatever. So let me clean it up a little bit with like a more elegant tool. This is the line tool. And so this is just so that our stuff is looking correct. Okay. So there it is, the cube, right? And then
The cube.
yeah, and then I strongly encourage you to draw like the inside as well, as if it's like a, like, you may not see it, but it's really good that you kind of like, you understand where these lines end up, because if you're drawing like a cube without of these, this kind of becomes a shape in your brain, and you're like, you know, but this, like, it just reads much better. And so
the cube, that's a form, baby.
Yeah. So this is the cube, okay, and then you're like, okay, well, like, what do we do from here? Well, next up, I see that this like plane at the top, it's like not as wide as the bottom, right? So it goes higher. It goes like that, right? So it's gonna be a parallel line to these, right? Does that make sense? And then it's like a curve here, right? It's so it just goes like that. If you wanna be really accurate about it, you can like connect these. And now instead of a cube, kind of having this rounded off edge, okay? Right, and we erase these like construction lines where we don't need them. Then next up, I can see that this front side is also like this flat plane. It's also smaller. It's doing like the same thing as it's doing here. So I'm gonna project, and this is like the key kind of thing that I want you to understand. So as we have this cube, we already have all of the like 3D information laid out from the cube because we have one axis going here, right? So it goes like that, and all of these lines they go that way. And we have another one here, and then we have vertical lines. Okay, so you are essentially locked to like you like try to physically lock yourself to like these three axes. So you're like, okay, if I'm drawing something, I can either move that way, or I can move up, right? So for example, I see this area, this like face here, but where do I put it? Do I put it here? Like, do I put it here? Where do I put it, right? You just kind of, you pick the middle, right, of this, and then, because we know, like, we have this axis, we have this line going here, like, all we need to do is push this line towards here. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Sweet.
Just extruding and then beveling.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want to use 3D terminology.
Yeah, so this is what we've been doing with like a cylinder, where we just kind of extrude shapes, right? So once again,
Hard.
and then it's like it kind of goes like this, I guess. It's also beveled on this side. Right? Okay, so and then we can erase this area here. Right? And then now because we've extruded this part, we need to also like extend this part. So we're extruding it here, so we also need to like go down, and we also need to extrude it the same amount like here, right? So this is how far it's going to be, and then it's going to be the same line here, okay? Right? And then it's also like beveled here. So that's what we can do. Right? And now we won't see this part. Okay. And then there's like this outer edge, and we can just simplify it as well. We can just use these parallel curves, and I'm still like following all of these lines that we've established before. And sometimes like if like an angle is tricky, like I may just be copying like some shapes. There's nothing wrong with that. So, and then we can cut this area out. But it's essentially like this is kind of getting into details.
Yeah.
Quite a
like
bit.
Now that you've got like the base form down, now you can start chipping and getting all the like nitty gritty stuff.
Yeah.
And then praying when you have to render metal.
Well, yeah. So, for example, like this is not like one-to-one, but like, okay, like if I squish it down, like sure, this looks a bit better. But like, so this like talking about like additional detail, like we see this part, it just goes like, it also goes like vertically here, right? So, and because all of our verticals are parallel, we're like, okay, so this will be like our, I don't know what this part is.
It's like the slider.
Yeah, so I know that this is gonna look like that, and like maybe I can like wherever I put it, it's like whatever. And then what about this like small little button? Well, I already have the angle. I already have like the line that it's gonna be parallel to, right? Like this line is like pretty much all of these lines, right? So in order to make the button, and then like this line is just like parallel to all of these lines. Okay, so you just make a button, and then you know, it goes down, right, and then you kind of erase the parts that you like won't see, and then so you can see that it's not actually like straight like this. It does a curve, so you can actually make like a straight line first, and then you can kind of soften it up, and you can just kind of add a curve instead, like connecting these lines. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And then, you know, when you're done like drawing this like crude drawing, you can like erasing and adding lines. You can just like make a new layer and start adding like clean lines. Okay, clean, confident lines on top of the stuff that you've kind of solved beforehand. Now,
Gotcha. So the entire sketching phase is just solving the idea
pretty much
of the.
solving the
Okay.
the form.
Gotcha. Okay.
Are you explaining topology in 2D? I'm just explaining how to break objects down into simple 3D form. So
Yeah, topology is like a 3D term, but like all art is just 2D mimicking 3D unless it's like specifically very much trying to be 2D, in which case it's very flat. But like when you have something that's trying to look 3D, you're trying to illusion the idea of 3D, so you need to understand how 3D works.
kinda, yeah. So
Something like that.
one more, yeah, something like that. So you can add as many details, but like you can see that all of these details, they follow the same kind of principle, even though they're like looking you know, even if their form is like a bit complicated, like this is like a bit curved, and
That is true.
this is like that, but they all still follow like these major kind of axes that we've you know, like we're just using these lines. That's it. Like, so these are the coordinates that, that we're using thanks to this box that we drew originally, right? And now one cool thing is so if I remove this, right? So we can, first of all, like, okay, well, let's keep it here, and now you can be like, okay, well, you know what? Actually, this toaster, I'm not a big fan of it. I think it needs something extra. And so now you can just keep following the rules that we've established earlier, and you can just like create whatever. You can start making like your own, like, let's say, okay, you want another thing that's like also beveled here, because that's what they're doing. So you're like, okay, I'm just following the same lines that we've already established, just like before, right? And so now, using the rules that we've established here, like, we're just drawing something that doesn't exist at all.
Cube tower.
So this is quite huge. And for example, like, so this is what I would say, like, adding form, right? So we're just like extruding planes, right? But then if you want to take this form, like, so you can extrude it outwards, right? Using these like lines we've shown earlier, right? Or instead, maybe you want to go like inwards, right? And so you cut in the form, right? But you're still using the same lines that we have established before. So now it's like we're going inside. We're going towards that side. Like, if we wanted to extrude it, we would go there, right? So it's pretty much that. It's like now you're just like modifying this form. Like, maybe you want to draw like a cylinder here, right? And So this is where it would start. And well, the way we extrude it, if we want it to be perpendicular to the surface, is we extrude it towards here, right? Because we're using all of these, this like orange line that we've established at the start. So all of this is just like building on top of this like box that we used at the start. So that's kind of it. And now if I remove this reference and say like, okay, well, ignoring the silly things. Now if I were to draw a toaster, this exact one, I would say, okay, here's my cube. Maybe this is a bit too exaggerated of a perspective for this.
Exaggerate the hell out of this.
Okay, but it works. Maybe this line isn't quite lined up. Okay. This looks somewhat okay, but yeah. And so now you can just do these same things because, but like without needing reference at all. So you're gonna be like, okay, well, remember how I extruded this part here? I can just extrude it like that, right? Because I already have these lines, right? We're extruding that way. So we're now doing the same thing. We're extruding it here, and then there's like a little bevel here, right? And we're going to be following our vertical lines like that. And now we're just building the form out of our mind, pretty much.
Because we're building it in a perspective we just haven't had before.
Yeah,
so we have to rebuild it. But now we understand how the perspective works.
Well, no, we don't understand how perspective works yet. So
well,
I haven't talked about that.
The angles, sorry, the angle.
Yeah, so like we have the three.
Sorry, I didn't mean to activate your fight or flight by mentioning
no, it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm okay. But
white sweat from bro.
By establishing these lines, like these three lines, are just giving us like the directions for everything that we're going to be doing next, right? So I can like, I don't know, I can draw as many. If you can draw a cube, like I can draw a cube at a I don't know, like an angle like this. Right. And this can become my toaster again, because I will be doing the same, I will be applying the same steps to kind of how I built this.
You understand how to build out a toaster. So when you change the I had a bubble in my throat. When you change the angle, you know how to build it, and so in your brain you're like, okay, this is how it would work.
Yes. So now with the understanding of like breaking any object down into small into like 3D forms, that kind of information is stored in your brain, and you're like, okay, now like toaster installed, right? You're like, I can draw this thing after like understanding what this is. I can draw it at any angle from my imagination. I don't need this picture anymore. And this is like huge, because like this is how everything, like everyone draws, like kind of works, right? So you're just taking things, reducing them into 3D form, and then it's kind of like, you know, in games like LOD, like level of detail, like if something is like really far away, it's rendered with these like super basic forms, like, and then you know, as you move in closer, they get more and more detailed. So the idea is pretty much the same. And so in your brain, you're kind of like storing this like because you can always draw a cube. Um, you and the rest of these details, like you can just build on top of that cube. Now you may be like thinking, okay, you absolute buffoon, why the hell were you talking about observational drawing for so long when you could have just started with drawing in 3D?
Motherfucker, some asshole just used a really loud screamer sound on me.
Oh,
Whoever did that, Herman
unfortunate.
man.
Unfortunate. Now, yeah,
Holy
so once
shit.
again, like you may be thinking, okay, like why the hell would anyone bother with observational drawing if you can just do this? And I'm here to show you a bunch of examples. So you can see all of these. These are not using, these are like, obviously the artists making these, they understand what 3D form is, but these are used, these are made using 2D shapes. So we're going back to 2D real quick. So this has to do more with like design, and so for example for animation it's like a budget reason, because like you need to simplify everything to its absolute basics, because you're going to be drawing like thousands of frames of these characters, so of course you need to reduce them to like basic geometrical shapes. You can see how simple all of these are, and these aren't like, they are giving the illusion of like 3D using like shadows, but they're very simple. But even then, like the eyes, they're just these like flat shapes, right? These like little arms, right? They're using this like shape language, and a lot of the time, like, you know, this is like delving into like shape language and design. But for example, for these um for these designs, like if you want something to look cute, you like make it like round and soft. It just like gives it an appearance of like something like not aggressive. And if you have like, you know, if there was something with like a ton of like spikes, right, that would be like a completely different design. So
There was a scientific experiment about this. Kiki and Boba, or Kiki
oh
and Booba,
yeah,
that's what it
yeah,
was.
yeah,
Mm.
Boba's the good one.
Yeah, and Kiki's evil and fucked up and sharp and
Mm-hmm.
shit.
Yeah.
Hashtag fuck Kiki. Am I right, fellas?
Yeah, absolutely. So and you can see this applied like everywhere, right? And so it's like these are just like flat shapes, but they're like, you know, they are the basis of what we're drawing. So we're not like, you know, we're not abandoning 2D. Even here you can see that this is like a fully rendered like 3D image, right? It's got realistic materials, it's got realistic lighting, but at the end of the day, this guy, he still looks like a bowling pin. He looks like this. That's his shape. And this is what's kind of cool is like, you know, his eyes are circles, right? And it's like all of this still comes down to like 2D shape. Obviously, you can keep on using like just these like 3D principles and build everything. And so, for example, like that's kind of the reason why people get a headache when you mention perspective, is you think of like Scott Robertson's drawings of like cars, and it's like you spend like 2 hours like analyzing and being like super accurate, and it just kind of sucks the fun out of drawing everything, in my opinion. um but you know, for a lot of things, like 2D, this like 2D shape language is still king. So another example is silhouettes. So this is how we as humans we um read stuff, and this is why, you know, you had to be like like you are being taught this drawing in 3D, and that's why you're like, oh shit, like I can do that. It's because we naturally as humans just like perceive things as these like flat shapes, right? But it's like so readable. Like this guy has a sword, this is like a marksman, right? This is like a guy with a scythe, and you know,
Are
all of
these
these.
Dota characters?
Yeah, they are. this is like a guy with a big sword, and it's like
I have never had sex in my entire life. How the fuck did I recognize that? Send me straight to hell.
yeah. So this is like a bear with claws, right? It's like it's all very like instantly telling of like what these are, and these are just shapes,
Mhm.
right? So shape is still king, and you're gonna be like, okay, like I get it. Like with animation, or like maybe design, like 2D shape is good. What about like what if I want to draw like paintings? Well, this is a painting made by JC Leyendecker, and a lot of people obsess over his works for good reason. Um, and like if you look from far away, you're like, this is like this is depicting like real life. Obviously, these are like real humans, right? But it's done in a way that simplifies all of that. So it's giving you this very kind of sophisticated look, because these are actually like not like one-to-one realistic. You can see that all of these shapes, like the shape, like you can see the shape language that he's using for the nose, and like for anything you can see, like the way the hat
Mhm.
like goes, like here these are just like straight lines, right? Somewhere there's curves. Like he simplified this whole area with like one curve pretty much, right? Like all of this is just like one curve. This is like one curve, you know? If this was like a realistic photograph, you would see like a lot of like small hair coming out, and you know, but
Mhm.
no, this is simplified. Even these like these small shadows, they're still using this kind of shape language, and it looks very appealing because of how simple these shapes are. There's just like something about it where if you look at all of these shapes, you can see that these are very simple, but
Mhm.
together they form this kind of understanding of like this is a human, right? This is a portrait of a person.
Yeah.
So to sum it up, form and
Oh.
shape are, they work together. They're not meant to be these like separate entities. So it's like you're you're using one with another. They're not enemies. They're friends. So ideally you want to be,
They love each other.
they want to be doing both. Like observational drawing helps you like learn shape better, and drawing in 3D like one informs the other. It's like a thing that happens, okay?
People, multiple people in chat just said that form and shapes were roommates in chat.
Yeah.
They were roommates.
Yeah, because
Smiles with
you
one
know,
IP.
when we talk about like education, like art education, like I see some people like just start with like, oh, you gotta like start drawing cubes instantly, like just break everything down into cubes. And I'm here to just kind of say that, like, you know, like these like forms are great, shapes are great. It's not like this mutually exclusive thing. They work together, and I would say that because we're like 2D guys, like we use form to convey depth, but at the same time like we're still using shapes to like tell like a story, like with these characters for example.
Mhm.
Like they just tell you a story with shape alone, right? So that's kind of how it goes. Now we are kind of short on time. I know that. So I originally planned to maybe showcase drawing, like because a toaster is like a very kind of mechanical thing. I would showcase drawing a skull in
Evil fucking skeleton.
in perspective, and I haven't even touched on perspective, but there are so many tutorials on it that I'm okay if we, that's why I kind of left it for last. Um because there's just like, search up basic perspective, you will get 1000 videos explaining this. But with organic stuff, because I don't want to pick a face, because like we as humans, we're very like critical of faces, so it's like an extra challenge. But I would say, you know, a skull is the closest, but you know, like the principles are still the same. You can see like, oh, this lines up, and then it's just kind of like what would be the box in this. So almost like that, right? And then maybe if we consider that it goes back, so it kind of goes, it does like this little thing, but they still connect here, right? And then
Mhm.
we like, I really like to treat this as like the kind of plane change. So this is where I would put the like,
The hitbox, the corner.
yeah, yeah. So something like this. And so like this just mentally helps me understand that this is the side. And so then like, you know, as I'm like, I can obviously like manipulate it later into like a shape that resembles the skull better, but like this is just like
Mhm.
such a good starting point for all of that. And you could just like keep on working on it. One big thing that you can also do with organic shapes that I wanted to talk about is so let's say this is like the cranium or whatever. Like, let's treat it as a sphere, and you can start drawing like center lines, right? Because this is oh god, what's the word? This is symmetrical. So, you know, this
Crisp.
line is gonna help us understand like, oh, okay, so this is the center. So everything like this just helps us mentally understand, for example, like the teeth parts just they go like that, right? So they go like that, and then for the chin it just goes like this. And so because this is the center line, it's going to be like the furthest, right? So and then all of the other lines, they're just going to be like going like that, right? They're going to be like wrapping around the form, and it's just going to peak at the center line. So this is why center lines are pretty helpful for when you
Yeah.
decide to draw that stuff. Yeah, sorry to kind of like go really quickly about it because
No, it's
yeah.
fine. I appreciate it. I know I would say we have more time, but like legit, my ISP disagrees.
Yeah.
Uh,
So one more thing, and this is like how I would like end the majority of this. Like, I would like to talk about basic perspective because like it's such a big thing that like I really need to talk about like when drawing in 3D, and I feel bad about leaving it out, but there's a lot of tutorials online about it that like you can research that. Essentially what it breaks down is like do not draw boxes that are that have these lines like actually parallel. Have these boxes converge towards some point, right? So it's like we don't want them to be like this. We want this box to converge somewhere, and we don't want this to be like parallel like this. We want it to converge somewhere, right? We and then now I have like this is like I don't know, this is like 3-point perspective, so this is like jumping through so many hoops. But basically, like let's say you have like all of these lines connected, and now like these are converging towards some point. They will connect somewhere, whatever. You can look that up, but now we're treating these lines that are supposed to be parallel as like the line that I'm gonna draw, like it should not intersect with any of these. So it's like it goes like this line in between them, right? It doesn't go like this, right? It doesn't go like that because it's just gonna hit one of these lines, right? It goes like this, right? The line in between this and that, it goes like say like this, right? So it's not like it's not gonna hit any of these lines, right? They all like kind of they're all going and going, but it's not like this. Okay, that's like maybe nonsense, but whatever. Like this is like the most important part is to like if you're drawing cubes, have the lines converge towards some point rather than be completely parallel. But just research perspective. It's a good thing. Now
We if you would be interested, I think a perspective focused learning would be fucking awesome.
yeah, sure,
That would
it
help
would be
people.
way shorter. It's pretty simple, and it's not as scary as people think of it. It's like a tool made to help you rather than be like scary. So one part that I will like stop with this, like finish with this, is your homework for this is seeing after having these like explained to you is like seeing 3D everywhere. And so unfortunately, I haven't I haven't talked about perspective, so I don't know if this is gonna make any sense. But essentially, I would like you to go in the real world as you're like not drawing, and I want you to draw these bounding boxes around like visually. Like you don't have to, obviously like it would be cool if you were just drawing this stuff. But I want you to envision these big kind of these big bounding boxes around everything you see. So, you know, all of this, and you know, there's plenty of stuff in like man-made rooms, as opposed to organic rooms that don't exist. But like you can see that okay, all of these are gonna line up. These are all parallel lines, and this is kind of what perspective is like we know that these are parallel actually when you look at in front of them, right? But they all like converge towards a point somewhere. And so ideally I would have you just as you're going about your day and you're looking at household objects, you're minding your own business, ideally I would like you to envision all of these like kind of bounding boxes around these shapes, or like how you would simplify some of them. So for example, like this lamp is just like a cylinder, right, with like a bigger end at the end here, and then this is like a small cylinder, and then it's like a sphere pretty much, right? And then another cylinder here, and then bam, like you can draw this lamp from any other angle.
Now that you understand how the basic idea of
How to break
the
it down, yeah.
boundaries of it work, yeah.
Yeah, and then
That's super cool.
you can modify this lamp. You can say like, okay, you know what, I want to make this lamp like this. You can just start modifying all of these forms, and you just start like, you just at this point you're just designing new things. You're like, okay, I wanna draw a lamp like this there, right? And this is like, this doesn't exist in the real world, right? But it's based off of this thing, and this is what like using references is all about. But yeah, that's kind of it. That's all I wanted to say about it. Hopefully you have
chat,
a better
you guys,
understanding of things.
yeah, no, this is super duper useful in sort of understanding how the shapes of everything works. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Holy shit. Wow. Yeah, no, that's awesome. And now you fuckers have homework.
Yeah.
Which is awesome. So what I'm gonna do is in the Discord after stream today, I'm gonna make a channel for people to post their drawings related to your homework
Oh my god.
if they want to, and just being like, okay, I saw this photo, right? And I'm like, okay, line
Mm-hmm.
here, line here, line here. I'll do it too, so that we can all do it together, because I'm not gonna be like a TA. I wanna learn with you guys, and this is a wonderful opportunity. We learned so fucking much, so quickly. Yeah. I'll if you're in the Discord, you can post it in the art channel. But if you want to post the specific notes from this stream for other people to use as a cheat sheet, that would be fucking awesome. It seems like people are really, really interested in another one of these, Jericho. The
Yippee!
fans enjoyed it. Look,
Yippee!
that's you guys right now. You guys learned so much.
Big brain.
Holy shit.
Your
My
knowledge.
brain is full of milk.
Your knowledge is going off the charts.
Off the charts. That was wonderful. That was amazing. That was deeply, deeply useful. I can't properly put into words genuinely how awesome that was.
Yippee!
You did great, man.
Yeah,
You
thanks.
did phenomenal.
Thanks for having me on the stream. It was, if anybody has any questions, I can answer them before Panda's internet goes out. So
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have like a quick 15-minute
yeah,
questionnaire sort of section or something. Very, very short, just so that people can get any questions they have related to any of these topics out. I actually received a couple of ones from Liza that I'm gonna go look at really quick. So the stream's gonna break a little bit on that end. I want to just go check them. Okay. So she had two questions. One from a chatter at the very, very beginning, and one from one from another chatter. For you personally, what helped you really get inspiration on starting to draw, and what motivated you to like continue to improve? Just in case that might help anyone in chat. Like how do you constantly strive for that improvement in like that grind that helps you like learn?
That's a really good question. I don't know, it's like it's kind of like this like growing pain, or I don't know how to describe it, but it's like you're trying to draw something and it's like almost like obsessive. Like if you're trying to draw, like, let's say you find a character really pretty and you want to draw them and you're like, it's not like your drawing just comes out as like complete dog shit, and you're like, I can't stand this, I need to like draw better. Okay, like I need to find a way, I need to like practice more to like figure out how, like, solving this like appeal is like a big part of it. And you know, it's like I have so many artists that I follow that, you know, like I have my own like Discord kind of channel for myself where I just have like I post like save stuff and on my hard drive as well. Like I just save stuff that's like, holy shit, like they're doing like this art piece is just like so good, and there are like so many different parts of like others people art that like you can find inspiring, like starting from, you know, how they like do line art, like how they design characters. Maybe they draw like characters in this specific way. Maybe you find like something like really appealing. Maybe the way they stage their illustrations, like the compositions. Maybe it's like how they work with the lighting, how they work with the colors. You're like, I don't know, you're like absorbing all of that as a sponge, and you're kind of like, I just want to be like that. I want to like express kind of this. It's like this. I wouldn't call myself a creative person at all, but because like I just haven't, I never
Which is
have
a
it.
fucking lie.
I never have any ideas on like what to draw, right? So that's why I resort to like doing studies maybe, and like observing other people's artworks.
This fucking guy.
Yeah, and then like for jobs, it's like way easier because people are like, okay, we need a robot, he can do this, this, and this, and you're like, okay, like I have like some sort of direction. But yeah, for me, it's like just seeing other people's art being like so freaking cool that I'm like, I need to steal this. I want to do paintings like these people.
So you'd say, because you don't necessarily have anything in mind for you personally, you decide what to draw based off of like, I think this looks pretty, so you do a study off of it, or you're like, this is something I want to work on, so you
Yeah.
do a study on it.
Yeah, for example, like I was having trouble with like kind of how I want my art to look like. So
I remember your Colosso arcade.
Oh yeah, it's still happening. So like
I
you
know. You've
maybe
improved so fucking much. It's been crazy.
yeah, so maybe like well, this is a painting you've seen me done before, right? And
Oh,
then
let me bring it back up.
oh right. Yeah, so I've done this before, right? And then it's like um I was asked to paint Gabriel again for like another thing, and then it's like this time it looks like that. It looks I would say there is like improvement on the one on the right. I'd say it looks more detailed, and I'm like,
I can definitely see improvement in your shading style and the way that you sort of rendered out the metal, and the lighting is so well done.
yeah,
They both look awesome, of course,
yeah,
but
but
like
they look different stylistically, right?
yeah,
And I was like, I don't
I
know, like
agree.
for example, like the kind of one color transitions into the other, like that's done different, and I'm not sure if I like this one or this one, and you know, I tried to copy, like I try to like see like what other artists I like do, and you know, eventually, like you've already seen me do uh the Chun-Li one, and it's like
Hmm.
this is an art piece that I really like, because not only does it look like quote unquote correct, like it doesn't look janky to me, right? I like I don't really have like any issues with it. But it's also like using lines, and so like I wanna draw illustrations with lines, right? So I started studying like how to draw lines better, and I started studying like off of other artists and stuff like that. So it's like, yeah, I don't know if that answers the question. I'm
Uh,
sorry.
I think that answers multiple questions
Um,
actually, because that answers the first question of like what gets you like started, and then another question from Drago where I
it's
sort of added on top of it, where it's like
it
where do you get started if you don't know what to draw? You just do
yeah,
studies. You just pick something,
yeah,
and it doesn't have to be anything specific. You don't
yeah,
have to make fucking the Mona Lisa unless you want to study the Mona Lisa. You don't have to
get
make it
like a
from memory.
text prompt or something like that. Like as I've said at the start of the stream, like you know, ideas can come from text. So for example, like you know, we need like we need like an angelic like knight guy. He has like two swords and he's got like wings and stuff like that, and it's
Hmm.
like you have that in text, and then you just draw that, kind of, right? It's
Yeah, and then
like first,
you brought half the LGBT community to their fucking knees
yeah,
with one design.
yeah, I'm sorry about that. Or yeah, I don't
Don't apologize.
know. I don't know what is it
I was
with people
pleasantly surprised.
who really like Gabriel or V1, but
Because he's
I'm
fucking
happy.
awesome. Are you kidding me? It's
I don't know. Yeah, well,
like like when I bought Ultra Kill, it was because I saw the trailer. I'm like, this was dope. And then I saw the key art and I'm like, holy fucking shit, that's a cool fucking robot. And I
mm-hmm,
bought the game. And then I
yeah,
I spent and then I started speedrunning the shit out of it before the round was like the run was like optimized. I miss it. The days of early pipe clip.
yeah,
Make a lot
and
of fun.
you know, coming back to it, these are like the original like sketches from like 6 years
Holy
ago
shit!
for the title art, and it's like,
Wow! I've never seen these before.
yeah, I don't know if I've ever shown them, but it's like basically like this.
Exclusive!
Yeah, so this has to do with what I was talking about composition, but like you said, like, oh, that key art like made me like buy the game or whatever, like the robot. But essentially, like, you know, it's so important that, especially for an illustration for like a game like Ultra Kill, it's like super dynamic and like crazy violent, and it's like a shooter, so you want to convey all of that in like one image so that it's like, you know, people kind of
Yeah.
understand. And you know, there's like robots flying, shooting, all of that. That's kind of what composition
I do
is
actually have
about.
an Ultra Kill mouse pad too. It was bought for me for a birthday
Hey,
gift.
hey, I have the same one.
The big red one.
Yes, yeah, I have that.
Fuck yeah, mi idolo.
Yippee, yippee.
Yippee.
Yeah, and then, you know, so
Um,
that's kind of what composition is all about.
Yeah, okay. Well, that makes sense. Ah, dude, I want to start making shit. Fuck.
Yeah,
I have to go work on some music stuff after stream. Well, no, I'm gonna take tonight easy.
yeah,
I'll probably do a little doodling. If I do something, I'll send it your way.
absolutely. Yeah. Hope everyone learned things.
Does anyone have I think one last question will be a good transition off. It can we can make it something really really special, I hope. Does
Yeah.
anyone have any one last question?
That's a lot of pressure on the person asking the question.
Yeah, the one last question. You got to make it a good one.
They
But
were
not too
gonna
good. That makes it take more than like 15 minutes.
yeah, they were gonna ask me like what my favorite ice cream is, and now they're like,
And
oh
then you
shit.
just shut down from decision paralysis.
Yeah, yeah.
Will we have a stream part 2? That's up to Jericho. I had a fucking fantastic time.
Yeah.
I will say future streams would be a lot less information, but it's all still going to be very, very useful.
Yeah, so the good news about it is like there will be no more like information overload like this one. So everything else is like quite simple. So maybe well then again like value is just like a how you perceive things. It's like all like lighting is like 5 minutes of explaining and we can just like we can just
Buy the
like
book
apply
Color and
that.
Light. Just buy the book Color and Light or find it on other websites.
Is that the one
It's
by
a very
James
useful book.
Gurney?
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
what was
It's-
recommended to me by my concept artist friend
Yeah,
years back,
or
which I never ended up using, and I gave it to my fiance.
damn.
I don't think she's read it yet.
Yeah, James Gurney is fantastic. He's got like a phenomenal YouTube channel where he just paints stuff, and it's like he's kind of like Bob
Yeah,
Ross.
he paints
where,
dinosaurs, dude.
yeah,
How kick ass are you? Yeah, Control Paint was the website.
yes. Once again, biggest shout out forever to controlpaint.com. I owe everything I can do to it. Very short, concise videos explaining very big topics that you can like like showing instant application, starting from like basics of drawing to like Photoshop tips and tricks. Like it's the bread and butter of like 2D art. It's fantastic. And so are the premium series. They're like $10 each. They like God, the value is insane.
It's $10, but I'm telling you right now, as someone who is in college, it's cheaper than college.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we have someone who's living proof that it works. So
Yeah,
go through it.
Control Paint is
process.
amazing. It's just like
Um,
it's incredible. Just go visit that if you want to learn. It's like you can pick any video and you will learn something from it, and like you will like something in your brain will shift and you will slowly like get better. It's really awesome.
What was the name of the book? Depending on which one you're talking about, the books mentioned today were fuck. Well, the
Framed
one I just
Ink?
mentioned was Framed Ink. Then there was the second one, which was
Color and Light.
the
You
one
said?
on gestures.
Oh yeah, the one on gestures is Drawing Force. It's a series of books by Michael Mattesi. It's Mattesi. I think he has a YouTube channel as well, but you know the book is also like it's good for like if you want to understand like gesture drawing and stuff like that.
Yes, and my recommendation is Color and Light by James Gurney. Wonderful, wonderful book for anyone who wants to understand how lighting and shading and rendering works. Ads have just gone off. Yeah, I think this was fucking wildly successful. That was such a fucking blast. I had a fantastic time. Holy shit.
That's great. I hope
Wow.
everyone enjoyed it, and thank you so much for having me here. And I absolutely would be down to show up more if anyone like. I don't know about streaming myself. I would maybe stream games rather than talk about art stuff.
Yeah.
So
But
if anyone
I'm
wants to
sure
chat,
he'd
maybe I
be.
can.
Would
Yep.
you be willing to do it on my stream instead and
Yeah.
then just play toys in your on your own channel?
Yes, yeah, I can do that.
Right then, yeah. I will actually should we wait until ads end and then say proper goodbyes?
Yeah.
So that anyone who, yeah, just holy shit.
Damn, bro is going
Even
crazy with these ads. Like, there's been like 7,000 ad breaks.
I will say, the only way you can make money off of ads through Twitch is if you run a minimum of three minutes per hour.
Okay.
And then you
okay.
get to control when they happen.
Oh
Because
my
do you want to know
God.
how much I was making from ads when I was running 15 seconds?
Like 0 money.
1 cent was like a good day.
Oh my God.
Now I can make upwards of like 50 cents to $1 just
Jesus.
per stream, which isn't a lot, but that's like a fucking 150% to 100% increase. So, and also it shockingly enough is better for viewer retention. It is way better
Okay.
for viewer retention because it happens consistently and you can work around it.
Just set up a donation goal for me to show up, and it's like
True.
I'll be
I
there.
will set up one of my stretch goals because I'm about to have a donathon soon. One of my
20
stretch goals will be buying you
Oh my God! Don't do
a
that.
display.
Don't do that. Buy me like a slice of pizza. I'll show up to your stream
Buying
any
you a
day.
slice of pizza and display tablet.
Yippee! Well, we'll figure it out. But yeah, I'd absolutely be down to show up for more streams. I hope like people learned from it, and I think they did. So you know,
Yeah, I definitely fucking learned a lot, and I had no idea what I was doing. And other people who are already artists are saying they've learned a lot. So I think you've done a wonderful fucking thing here.
yippee!
And I really appreciate
Yeah,
it.
this was quite a lot of effort to kind of sum some of these things up, and Pandas knows that originally
He's
like
been working on
the
this for a while.
first draft was kind of different, and it like I've tried trimming the fat as much as I could, and it still was like quite a long stream. But yeah,
venture and getting everything set up. But I'm so fucking proud of you. This has been wonderful.
yippee!
Yeah. So before we head out, do you guys want to raid? Like go throw some art love to like an art stream or somewhere, or do you guys just want to call it and take some time to I think as much as I would love to raid out, this was such an overwhelming amount of information. I think I just need to like go sit down. I'm gonna go upload the VOD onto my YouTube. I have a VOD channel. I will be making tweets and posts about that in the Discord and on Blue Sky and on Twitter related to that, if that interests you. Homework assignment is just look at a room and understand the forms and the shapes that make them up and where they go, and just break it down.
Yeah, and if you're just starting out, don't forget to do these like the lines and then ellipses, like with the dots, like the stuff like that. Observational drawing as well, like just anything you found that like piqued your interest, like just try doing that.
But yeah, my final thing, everyone here, if you haven't already, please go follow Jericho. He's wonderful. I want to see him start streaming stuff, even if it's not art. This guy is a wonderful.
Do not follow. I will not stream.
Wonderful dude.
I will stream like once a year.
He probably won't stream often, but I want to see you guys there when he does.
Oh my God.
Okay, so make sure you guys follow him. Here's all of his socials if you're not already following him. But I know that you guys all are already following him. But yeah, I'm gonna go get this prepped and posted. You guys have been absolutely fucking wonderful. I'm not gonna raid anywhere. So I hope you guys have a wonderful night, and remember to love your parents, but to love me more. Is there anything you want to say before we head out, Jericho?
Yeah, once again, thanks for having me. Thanks for bringing me to your stream. And thanks to everyone who's watching. I hope this helped. Hopefully we'll see you again real soon when I have something else to talk about.
Yeah.
Have a great day.
Sounds like a plan. Ciao, ciao. Bye-bye. Take care, everyone. Button's been pressed.